I gotta pull the song up.
Yeah, it's a good intro song for sure.
See a couple news articles.
Yeah, it's a good intro song for sure.
Hey guys, we're live. We're live on we're on the YouTubes.
Hey everybody.
Okay, so it's only me right now, but I'm gonna fix that. Hey guys, we're live. We're live on we're on the YouTube. Okay, sorry, you guys are hearing that. My bad.
Hey everybody.
Hey.
Come here. Kitty.
So
I
I gotta get out of here.
love Jim. Hey, come here.
It's all
Coming in?
episode 8 going on. All right, here we go. All right, yeah, there's no intro music tonight, guys. Wow, what a shocker. There's no opening video. We are just on fire right now.
Come here.
So it looks like we only have hopefully someone in the chat. I will pop it out. See and hear everybody. I want to make sure that sound levels are good and everything. So if someone would be so kind in the chat to let us know, we need to send out links really quickly.
Kitty. Come here.
Let's see. Yo, who you talking to, bruh?
It's Kitty.
Catch the kitty.
Okay. So let's see.
The window. He's not. He's playing a game, I think, though. Freaking cats.
What game do you think he's playing?
Bug you because you are ignoring me.
I know that one. My dog's mad at me right now. Very, very upset with me. All right, so I'm going to hit record now too. All right, there we go. Recording. All right. So, Greg should be here very soon. Hey, Jim. So let's welcome in our guests for the evening. Are you gonna, Jim? Do you mind sending out links?
Yeah.
Awesome. I love you. Thank you, because I suck at that and doing introductions at the same time. Okay. So, it is, what's the date today, guys? Is it the 12th? I don't know what the
28th.
28th. 28th. November 28th, 2020. Been very quiet on the riot front. Or I mean the peaceful protest front, but that's okay. Tonight we have it's not, you guys aren't this isn't the Mandela effect. This isn't whatever you're seeing on your screen. This is Weavingspiders Welcome, episode 11. I can't believe we're actually on 11 already. But yeah, we are, and I love the number 11 because it's kind of a master. It is a master. So joining us again this evening, we have. I hear myself, but that's
There it is.
That's horrible. I hate hearing myself.
Don't ever watch yourself. Don't listen.
I gotta watch it. I can be very pushy. But anyway, Steven Snyder, aka Recluse, aka Steven Snyder, is joining us again this evening, and we're very, very grateful that he decided to do that.
Thanks for having me back, man.
Dude, you're not tertiary. I can't even put you in that category, but you know damn well, anytime, all the time, you're always welcome.
I appreciate it, man.
Cheers, man. Appreciate you more than anything. And also joining us is a man, the man, a myth, the myth. And I'll just stop now. It's Snake Jones. Say what's up.
What's up?
How you doing, buddy?
Great.
Awesome. We're happy to have you here again, too. Thanks for just hopping on short notice, dude. Seriously, this is what it's all about, so.
That's right.
Damn right.
I love it.
And my partner in crime, and my blood that's scattered somehow out there in fucking Walla Walla.
Hello, hello.
It's Mr. Maiden.
Hi. How's it going, all of you out there in the rest of internet land?
And let us know how the screen looks, because we're streaming live from Zoom, from the Zoom Pro, whatever that I pay like whatever a month for. So let us know how it is and how it sounds, because then I can decide to either cancel it or stick with it. I'll stick with it because the audio is fantastic normally. So, how was everybody's week? Let's just start with that. And does anybody have anything pressing they want to just that they have on their mind right now? Whoever wants to start, go ahead. Feel free. Floor's open.
I'm making some good money on that crypto last couple
Cheers,
weeks.
bro. But what's been up with the last couple? And dude, I tried getting Jim in on this before the show, our first episode of Weavingspiders. I was like, bro, I got you on this Coinbase earn thing. It'll, you get free money. I'll send you some Bitcoin actually, so you can get started. So I'm gonna send you this link, and then he's. What did you say? Jim was all about it. Hell yeah! And then I keep looking at my balance, and my he didn't. Nah, he didn't. I'm not gonna bug.
No,
I'm not gonna be too pushy on it. That's just rude. So, but anyway, go ahead.
But I want to learn
Bitcoin actually. Whoa. Yeah, Zoom's doing it though. Again, what we talked about earlier. It's like
No, that was me in my iPad. Sorry.
You son of a... All
right.
Dyke. So, Jim, what were you saying? I'm sorry, pal.
Oh yeah, I want to research some more before I jump into anything. As far as it goes, I'm kind of like,
what do you?
Money wise, I'm like,
dude, this isn't
right now.
Snake. We're gonna cut you. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I'm not, Jim. I'm not sorry for cutting you off right here because Snake. I'll let you start. And I'll finish if need be with this one. It's so easy, right? Like you jump in. You can't. You just do it. You get the Cashapp is how I started randomly. I was like, well, I'll throw
Coinbase.
$5 in here and see what happens. And then I did that in late June. So.
You're that early too?
Oh yeah.
I got in last year.
Yeah, I mean, the friends that we all probably have. I mean, I know I have at least two that literally that were in well before 2017. There's a Tyson fight tonight, you guys. Wait, is Tyson's fighting? Yeah, Mike Tyson's fighting. Not Mayweather. He's fighting Roy Jones Jr. tonight. That's right. Holy shit, you guys.
What is the combined age of that fight?
Doesn't matter. That's a hell of a fight. And I don't mean to just keep going on about it, but dude,
Tyson's gonna get smoked. Man.
No, Tyson's been training. They postponed it because Roy Jones Jr. The only reason I heard him talking about it, the only reason he accepted. He's been wanting to fight Tyson for a long time. He's been calling him out. Tyson wasn't able to do it. But get this. He finally accepted. And then so they had a set date. And I heard Roy Jones Jr. say, well, I figured what could go wrong because I'm 50 something. And then still I train.
He's 60?
And he trains boxers, that's what he does. He's a trainer now. So he's in tip top shape. And he was like, so my logic is I'm already in tip-top shape. I don't have to do much to get ready. And it's it wasn't scheduled too far out. So he was like, I got he's like, I thought I had the advantage. But now that with all the, it wasn't just the Rona, it was a few other things where the fight got pushed back like a month and a half. And he went out and Roy Jones proceeded to say, now that Tyson has had an extra month and a half to actually, start training, which he has been like a psychopath, because, Roy Jones is Roy Jones and talks a lot of shit. His chickens even talk shit. So yeah, like it's you know, he had trepidation in his voice when he was talking about this because I don't know, I don't know if y'all have listened to Mike Tyson's his podcast Hot Boxing. It's pretty.
No, but I love his memes. They're
I know,
great.
dude. He's amazing. He's a better OJ, but he's a way
Oh,
he's a way
yeah.
better OJ. Yeah, let's we're gonna trademark that for the show for everybody. So, yeah, Tyson's a way better OJ. Anyway, yeah. So,
Unbelievable.
who's gonna win, guys? I have no. I didn't see a weigh-in, so I have no reference point here. I just know their mouths and how they run.
I still think that Jones is going to smoke Tyson.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, Tyson, the dude, how much freaking coke and what have you did he do back in the day? I mean, as far as I know, you
Did
know,
I do back?
Jones, yeah, but you're not like a professional athlete,
yeah.
man.
What do you mean? No, go ahead.
I mean, Jones was, you know, I mean, as far as I know, it seems like he's taken pretty good care of himself over the years as opposed to Iron Mike Tyson. I mean, I don't think Tyson is really going to hold up physically against Jones at 54.
Yeah, he'd have to be running constantly with Lil Mac out there, you know, on that New York skyline, that repeating New York skyline, just over and over, you know, just jogging, just running, you know, to get back into fighting shape. And I just can't see him.
I mean, the last time he was in a
cardio.
fight was like, what,
That was
10 or
forever.
15 years ago, and he got his ass beat then, if I'm not mistaken, by some, like, nobody.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. I do remember that. It wasn't. It was a white dude, wasn't it?
Something like that.
Wow, that's racist. I can't believe they allowed that.
How dare you?
Critical race theory, guys. How do we feel about that being it reinstituted into the public school curriculum?
No, we're not going there.
Oh wait, we're okay. My
Denied.
bad. That was the wrong. That was the wrong transition. Wrong bullet point. Sorry, guys. That was a different show.
Let's talk about sports game rigging. How's that? 'Cause that's what I'm thinking. Who's gonna win?
No, but seriously, all right. Now it's your turn, Snake. I mean, I'm guessing we're all gonna pick Roy Jones Jr. here if we have to bet on it. I wonder what the odds are.
I don't follow sports at all.
Well, Roy Jones is one of.
Boxing, anything. UFC. Mm-mm.
I don't follow UFC. I mean, I don't. Basketball's my joint, but
I mean, I haven't followed
I love
freaking boxing in like 15 or 20 years. That's why I'm kind of like, wow, I've heard of these guys. These were like the boxers that I was watching when I was a kid, man.
Yeah. Bernard Hopkins. I remember him getting older and just destroying fools. I love boxing because it way more than UFC. I love.
Yeah, I never really got UFC either. I'm definitely more of a boxing man.
Yeah.
But there's really no, really interesting boxers left anymore. They've all gone to the UFC.
What's the one dude from Anthony Joseph? I believe he's a beast from the UK. He's a black cat. You know, he looks like a freaking GQ, like a sexy GQ. You know what I mean? Like he's just like a absolute specimen. And I believe he was in the Olympics and got just torched in the 2016 Olympics. Sorry, Anthony Joseph. Fucking two first name having ass. Anyway,
see if they can maybe bring Lennox Lewis back out of retirement next.
Remember that fight, Lennox and Tyson? I remember being at a huge barbecue for that fight. There's two. I think there's three. No, there's two. Lennox Lewis, man, that dude, his reach, that guy has like a 82-inch reach, dude. That's deadly, man. Can you imagine Giannis Antetokounmpo? Holy shit, dude. That's a dream for me, but I can't have my franchise player getting hurt boxing. But yeah, that is wild though. I thought it was gonna be much further off. It's kind of like Tiger Woods versus Phil Mickelson doing some one-on-one ass golf in Vegas for charity. Hey guys, isn't it funny? And I'll shoot from the hip right here. Isn't it hilarious how when that news about the COVID vaccine came out and being 90 to 90, and then it jumped to 95% effective. I remember seeing that on the television and saying, "Holy shit, Mom! Do you buy this? Do you buy this? Because if I buy it wholesale, then I have to say that we have a cure for cancer, and they're holding it back, or they're which clearly I believe they do. I guess this is a little misleading, but basically I'm saying if they can and did fast track this, let's say they actually did, and it is actually this effective, even if it's 70% effective, right? In this short amount of time, and how many trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars have gone into cancer research, and we're still we don't know, guys. I don't know. Like, sucks, but these poor little kids are dying of this shit, and it's awful. I mean, that is just like, it's just awful. I don't even have words for it. So, I don't know. It's clearly it's bullshit.
So you want to do some research on vaccines and rushed vaccines?
I would love to
look into the anthrax vaccine.
Oh, I know about this one.
Gulf War syndrome, Murrah building records being drug out by the agencies while bodies were still in the building. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, and guess who got the truck? Well, guess who was the basically taking the dump truck, driving the dump truck with all the documents that needed to be taken away from there was none other than our lovable fat friend Christopher Christie. He was the Southern District of New York. He was the head of he was the head attorney for or whatever it is. Yeah, deadly serious. Yep, you can look that up. I'm probably off on the exact title, but I know he's the Southern District of New York. What is it? What's the title? For not judge, not
district attorney.
District.
No, it's like the. I feel like district attorney feels right and sounds right, doesn't it, Jim?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Okay, 9/11. The fuckery around 9/11 and how the like Snake was just saying, just how egregious it was, and just in your it was in our faces, but we weren't looking. So that's blinders and.
No, I mean, like, what are you getting at for who are you talking about?
Chris Christie. He was the before governor of New Jersey.
U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey.
So, okay, so yeah,
that makes sense.
Wasn't it Southern District of New York at the time, though?
District of New Jersey is what I'm seeing on his bio at Wikipedia.
Okay. Well, either way,
yeah,
he was the one. Because I mean, that's right across the Hudson, for Christ's sake. So we know New York. But yeah, he was in. I guess he was in charge of, or just following orders. I don't know, but it's really disgusting.
Well, yeah, we're talking about vaccines, and if you do want to have a conversation from right now, I think the time to talk about go all the way back to that. I listened to and then you can make referrals to that nurse who she wrote the books and did the documentary Beyond All Treason, I think it is.
Okay.
Gulf War syndrome, all that, depleted uranium, the anthrax vaccines. I mean,
and
if you want to get someone's attention, talk veterans and stuff like that, you might get somewhere.
Right. And I'm wondering, Snake, about the what is it, the anthrax thing. Yeah. Wasn't it basically just a ruse, like basically just a psyop of sorts, right? Like because they were sending it, from what I understand, I think it might have been with Brisson. This was brought up on We've Read the Documents. Lee Veltman may have brought it up. I can't remember precisely who it was, but brought that exact thing to the table, and it's really, really fascinating. It's disgusting, not fascinating.
Well, we know that, we gave Saddam Hussein anthrax. We gave him to fight Iran. My dad used to talk about this all the time during that time in the 80s and 90s. I didn't understand at the time the significance of what he was trying to tell me about. But, we gave him anthrax. They used it against Iranians. They killed millions in that war. And we all know that old Saddam made it to Tehran and then just stopped.
Exactly.
Made a phone call, turned around. But when our soldiers got there in Gulf War, I mean, I don't know if it was a real vaccine. I think what they say was it's a bullshit vaccine, but they put these boosters and toxins in it and preservatives.
And they got all sick as a bunch of them died, right? Or got sick as like.
Yeah. How many Gulf War veterans do you know?
Exactly.
500,000 boots touched the ground during that time. I mean, so many people got it. How many do you know?
Guys, think about this. I mean, because we're all of roughly kind of the same, ages here, like within a couple years. Think about this for a minute. I'll never forget. I was watching Alf. I had gotten home from basketball practice.
Yeah.
Alf was on the television. It was about 5 to 5:30, right after Saved by the Bell. You know how it works.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget them breaking in and seeing the tracer fire in night vision, then the green. Do you guys? I know that's like a burn in that burned in my brain. They cut it. I was like, they cut into Alf, and it was a rerun. And I was just like, well, it's like watching Saved by the Bell and like quoting everything like, Dad, I want to go. Dad, I want to. When Slater was wanted to go to the University of Iowa to wrestle, and his dad wanted him to be in the military, and he's like, Dad, I'm gonna go to Iowa. What was that, son? He's like, I owe Zach $20. Can I borrow $20? For some stupid reason, that line has always just been burned into my stupid brain.
But, I remember the Scud missiles and.
Oh, by the way, on the statistics on people affected with Gulf War syndrome, the official estimate was somewhere between 175,000 and 250,000 of nearly 700,000 troops deployed. So that's at least a third of them roughly got Gulf War syndrome. That's pretty insane, actually.
That is. Nobody knows.
These are the official statistics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
From the Department of Defense. So, I mean, these are probably massaged, seriously.
Totally. So we can probably, tack on an extra 100% there?
Quite possibly. It says 27 of 28 coalition members participating in the conflict got it. Yeah. I've reported Gulf War, syndrome.
Unreal. I had no idea the number was that high. That is
It's just something good to bring up when we talk about vaccines. If you have a chance to get in someo's attention, and they
exactly. And Tuskegee. I mean, like that's another thing I go back to because for real. I remember seeing that right away. I remember seeing an article. Actually, not an article. It was actually a headline from a major news source, like the New York Times. I don't know exactly, but it was like Washington Post. It was a big, shitty failing journalistic operation, and they said in the headline, CDC scientists wish to test, or CDC scientists or whoever's testing the vaccine essentially are looking specifically for more Black participants exclusively. And I was like, what? And I immediately,
Well, no, weren't they already in some cases planning on trying to give minorities like first dibs on the vaccines or something like that as another way to help end, institutional racism or something like that?
Yeah, that good old systemic racism. We better get out.
So we'll give you the vaccines that have barely been tested for human consumption first.
Hey, yeah, right. So we can make sure that the
great step for social justice.
Yeah, and so we can also make sure you're linked up properly to the Internet of Things, or whatever. We don't need to know if your stomach's growling and your fridge doesn't have what you normally eat on odd numbered Thursdays when it's raining. So
that's interesting. My combat friend Jonathan Picone yesterday sent me a snapshot of an email he got from the VA asking for volunteers to take the vaccine.
Of course, that's.
I think he posted on Instagram too.
Good for him, man.
Yeah, well, getting rid of a lot of veterans would certainly eliminate, expenses for the DoD and the VA.
Yeah,
pensions. There goes a good chunk of your boogaloo too. If they
and your Hawaiian shirts. I mean, what? Shit. We need to. Next week. We're mahalo in this bitch, dude. I'm buying for Christmas. I'm buying all of everybody that's in the Weavingspiders family Hawaiian garb, dude. Let's get down.
I got one.
Let's get tribal.
I've got some Hawaiian. I got a whole closet full.
I don't doubt that, actually. You piece of shit.
I'm a big fan of what's his name?
Don Ho.
Yeah.
You're in low the Hunter S. Thompson.
Oh, the guy who. Our friend who filmed the butt rape at Boho Grove. I mean Boho Grove. Wait, what? It's awful. I don't want to believe it, dude.
Well, actually, what was the book that Nick Bryant wrote?
Franklin Scandal.
Yeah, the Franklin Scandal. He had actually shown a picture of Hunter Thompson to the person who had mentioned that that the one who had raped him had been called Hunter Thompson, and they couldn't identify the famous author from it. So that is
a relief.
So they think that probably they were just using Hunter Thompson as like a pseudonym or something like that, an alias. He was actually, though, apparently beat up by a group of homosexuals at Eastland during the early 60s or the late 60s, I think.
Did he write about that in Hell's Angels, I feel like?
Maybe he was like working there as a guard or something like that. And I mean, it used to be like a popular spot for gay men in the area to go down to the hot springs, that they've got there. And he got beat up essentially one night by a group of gay men at the hot springs, or so the story goes.
That's pretty. That's pretty awesome, actually. I actually find that awesome. Yeah, kick the shit. Like that's comedy to me. Because, I mean, that guy, I love, as much as I love Hunter Thompson, I've read so much. I know probably most of us have read a lot of his work, but that just makes me laugh because he purposely got himself in these situations and knew he was going to get, he had to expect to get the shit kicked out of him a few times. Why not buy a group of, why not buy a group of queers, dude? Why not? I mean, seriously. Yeah. They oh man, I got a little lisp and I've been working on my limpress. Now I got Screeching Weasel stuck in my head, you guys. Jesus. I want to be a homosexual. It's a great song.
So the Franklin Scandal, there was reference to Hunter S. Thompson? Someone thought maybe? Because that's crazy.
It just came today. I finally got this, you guys. I'm a terrible person, but it just came today, finally.
You're not a terrible person.
Thanks, man. I'm just pushy. But it's okay. It's all good. But yeah, I think the whole thing was drummed up like Recluse was saying. It's trash. But because it felt wrong when I heard it, and I really, really, really was, because I think it was left.
I mean, he was into some weird shit. I mean, it's not totally beyond the realm of possibility, but exactly. I mean, from what I can tell, though, at least it was not the actual Hunter Thompson that was being referred to in that.
Right, and also I'll throw in that I think that was just. I don't know if that was part of the satanic panic propaganda going on at the time, because there obviously was really effed up things going on, and it's all documented in both, not all of it, but some of it's documented in the Franklin Scandal by Nick Bryant, and then the Franklin cover-up by Gary Camp. which I can't wait to jump into, but I've got 4 other books to do first for. But anyway, Sinister Forces. And Recluse and I were speaking about this, the Peter Levenda trilogy, and I don't know how I feel about Peter. I love Peter Levenda's work. I think he's a stellar researcher, riveting work, almost all of his books. But do you? I don't know, Snake or Jim, if you're familiar with Jason Horsley. No,
I don't think so.
He's Recluse. If you're available, I don't want to talk in circles anymore. So if you could give a more succinct breakdown of who Horsley is, that'd be awesome.
Well, he's the host of Autoculture, the podcast. He's written a couple of books.
Vice of Kings.
Vice of Kings, Prisoners of Infinity. He just had his new one come out. They came out recently. Maps of Hell, I think. Sorry, Jason, I can't remember the title.
I gotta get that.
Yeah, I've got my copy already. But his family. He had some family members who were pretty prominent in the British Labour Party. A few of them were in with the Fabians and that type of thing. So I mean, he's written a bit about like his family experiences with that, in addition to some of his own research. And then, of course, there was his brother, who was a musician.
Tell the story about his brother.
Died at in 2005, 2006. I know he
was a dandy.
Yeah, he was a dandy. I know he cut a freaking, what was it, like a single where he did the B-side, and then Ohm did like the A-side. It was one of their really early releases, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that Ohm with Al Cisneros from Sleep.
Yeah.
Snake. But I want to just
Ohm the band?
Yeah,
the band.
Really?
Who you're thinking?
Yeah.
Yes.
That blew my mind when I read about that too.
Here.
I was like, holy shit, that fucking Ohm, Al Cisneros, man, that's crazy.
He's a hero of mine. For sure.
Yeah.
Man, I fucking saw Sleep at the Scion Festival in 2012, I think it was. It was like
you caught them on their first reunion tour.
Yeah, it was like right when they got back together. It was, I think, the first time they played in Florida in 17 years. It was like Mike Pike's 40th birthday. Like they were literally like bringing like a freaking mirror with like Coke out on stage for him.
Yeah. That is so appropriate, dude. I love it.
I mean, it was like as soon as they took the stage, like everyone in the freaking building sparked to join up. I mean, it was like being inside of a giant bong, essentially.
Sounds like the down show that I was trying to find the greatest, one of my greatest shots of a rock and roll, like at a rock and roll show.
You sent me that.
Yeah, I sent you some of my best shots, but I couldn't find the one I was looking for. I was like freaking out, like pouring through thousands of photos, like where the hell is it? With Pepper Keenan and Phil Anselmo going like this on this, like during the mosh part, the breakdown, the quarter time breakdown of Temptation's Wings, dude, where it's literally like that makes me just fuck. I'm about to start windmilling right now. Come out of mosh retirement, dude.
That was like another band, man. They were so good live, even with like the third, what was it, Down 3, I think. I mean, I really never even liked that as a studio album,
no, it wasn't good
but
at all.
I mean, you heard some of the songs live, man. You were like, holy fuck, I mean, it was just so insane. I don't think I've ever really listened to an album where, I mean, it sounded so bad on record and so good live.
Yeah, I mean, look at who's in it, though. I mean, we got Kirk. Kirk is a sweetheart. Weinstein from Crowbar. Those guys have been always so nice, like to me, and they don't know me, but you know what I mean. Like they're just just sweethearts. Those guys.
Oh yeah, the dude from I Hate God, who was
Mike.
The drummer. Yeah.
And Darrell Yates from Suplex as well. He was, or not? Yeah, Darrell was in.
It was kind of like a revolving door at base. They had what was it, Rex from Pantera for a couple of years too, right?
Yeah, yep. Rex, I can't remember. Yeah, just Rex. Now I got Rex everything, man. From the Dwarves. I got Nick Oliveri in my head now. Naked Clean Beast. Great. But we're touching on rock and roll there for a second before the Sleep. What was it?
I was explaining Jason Horsley.
Oh yeah, Horsley. I just wanted to add color in a little bit here.
There's nothing wrong with a musical digression, bro.
Oh no, hell no. That especially one that good. Especially we all we all.
Man, I told my sleep story, man.
Hell yeah, bro. And he did, like, Snake doesn't know the High on Fire stories, or mine, that I had to literally leave in 2000 during their 10,000 years, the 10,000 years tour, their first ever tour. I had to leave this tiny club, the Globe, which was literally like a block away from my house at the time. And I had to leave halfway through. It was so loud, my chest hurt.
Dude, I saw High on Fire. I think it was like in 2011 or something, like when they started to get big. But I saw them in this tiny ass bar in Orlando, Will's Pub. Okay, it's like in the middle of summer, so I mean it gets just hot as fuck in Florida, and this pub had no AC like whatsoever. You've got like 100 people just crammed in there. I mean, it probably was like 110, 120, man. I mean, just looking at their drummer go, I mean, that was like one of the most phenomenal acts of physical endurance I've ever seen, because they got all those like blast beats and double bass and shit. I mean, they literally brought him out like one of those fucking jugs, you put like on a water cooler, man. I mean, in between each song, he was picking that thing up and just like dousing it over his head, like drinking it and shit. I mean, next going back into the drums. I mean, it was like unbelievable just to even see that shit, man. Like, how did he not like pass out?
That's pretty awesome.
So yeah, man, High on Fire, that's another gnarly band to see live if you ever get a chance, kids.
Yeah. Well, you have to get your vaccine first to get your Ticketmaster tickets.
Oh yeah, that's if the virus or the alleged pandemic doesn't destroy the live music scene, I think the vaccine surely will.
Right, because I don't think any of the bands that we're trying to see would ever even think about using Ticketmaster. Maybe a few, but I know all my friends that are still, active and putting records out. Fuck.
I mean, I guess I won't be able to see Tool, but
except
I'm not
for Fall Out Boy. I guess Andy, you're out. I'm not.
Did you say you never liked Tool?
No, I said I guess I won't be able to see Tool.
Yeah, I saw him already last year, and
I've never seen Tool live, and I've been a big fan since like 97, 98 or something like that. I don't know, they never really worked out for me to be able to go see them live.
Yeah,
I haven't either, and I've always they've always been on the list. I had a chance. They played Halloween last year at Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee, and I really. But the tickets were literally like $600-$700. No shit. Like
Lucifer is good to go see or something, but yeah, it's expensive. It's big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like that's the other reason why I could never really go through with it. It's like you're gonna pay like $200 to get like some ticket like way in the back, like to the side or something. Like I could see, 3 or 4 shows, like in nice, intimate clubs, or I'm going to be like right up front with the band, for just like that,
For sure. I got to tell one story and then we'll move on. But this is my first ever real concert story. It was Metallica, 1996. I was 15.
Wow.
Tour, bro.
Yeah, but it was the biggest double bill for me because Corrosion of Conformity was literally my favorite band at the time.
Oh, freaking! They were the opener. Ooh.
Yeah, and I caught the set list from Pepper Keenan, by the way, too, and I had it.
Fuck, that would have been right at like the Wise Blood era, right?
Oh, it was Wise Blood tour. Yep, and that's a very underrated record.
Yeah, anyway, that's one of my all-time favorite albums, man.
Same here, Deliverance.
Hey, man.
Deliverance. Deliverance today. If you listen to that right now, it sounds like it could have been released yesterday. The production quality, the songwriting.
Yeah, both of those albums have just aged phenomenally.
And Pepper Keenan should have been singing in Down. I'm sorry, screw Phil Anselmo.
I totally agree. I always thought Pepper was a way better singer.
He's got the best voice in all of rock and roll, almost, in my opinion. I feel like that. Like, seriously.
I mean, no disrespect to Phil, but Phil's voice has been shot too for like years now. I mean, he like fucking
he even says so.
90s,
yeah. Phil gave me some edibles at during the down after that show with Venomous Maximus, and he was like, whatever you do, don't eat the whole thing. And it was Jim, it was the size of the one. It was the size of the ones we know what we're talking. Those, right? Okay, so
I guess
I said to my wife at the time, Crystal, I'm like open and stuff. I'm like, do you really think? And she's like, it was Phil Anselmo. I was like, yeah, he died like 7 times. I should probably just heed his word on this one.
Yeah.
So I eat I eat one. He gave me 2. I ate whole one. I was like, well, fuck it, I'll just eat one. I'll be fine. I was. And then I ate the other one, and I barely felt anything. I'm not even kidding. And mind you, I've overdosed on edibles before, to where I literally couldn't walk. My house, yeah, like literally I lived 4 blocks from my ex-wife at that time, and I was like, all right, Crystal, I'll see you tomorrow. And I walked out the back door to walk home, and it all just hit me at once. And we lived in like a Cream City brick building that was, or she did, like apartment row houses. And I remember turning the corner to get on the main drag and just get 3 blocks home. And I couldn't walk at all really anymore. And I'm holding onto the wall. And I'm just like, oh, just make it to the corner and get back. And so I walk out the back door and then right as quick as I can back into the front door. And she's like, what'd you forget? And I was like, I can't. She was like, oh, Zach warned you. You know, like my roommate was like, did you see that whole thing? It's like, yeah, we got these Rice Krispie treats like 2 weeks ago, and I was fine. I ate the whole thing. He's like, dude, these are way stronger, and I had already eaten the whole thing. And I was like, whatever, I'll be fine.
Right.
No, I couldn't smoke green for a month afterwards. I was nauseous. And Crystal, I love you, Crystal. I miss you. You're great. You know, but she smokes so much green. Every time I'd just even get a whiff, I'd want to throw up everywhere. Like, it was awful. It ruined it. And until this day, I can't eat like edibles that have a strong, you know, like I have to plug my nose literally if it's pungent terpene
and a flavor.
Yeah, it's really disgusting. It gags me. You know, I literally have to plug my nose. It's wild. So it's real. You can overdose on THC, and it's not pleasant. It's awful. My house got robbed. My apartment got robbed that night too, and someone stole Matt Vrabel's snare drum, I believe. Matt, if you're listening.
Lame.
Yeah, it was a pork pie too, which was like a $500, $600 snare.
I think it was no.
Said
I hate that.
I don't think so, because I got pistol whipped, beaten into oblivion at 10 o'clock on a Sunday night on June 23rd, 2014, putting a key in
June
my
23rd,
door.
huh? Is that Midsummer Night's Eve?
I don't know. Hold on 1 second, you guys. I gotta.
St. John's Eve?
I think if.
Have you guys seen that movie, Midsummer?
No, not yet.
No. I definitely recommend it.
Midsummer's awesome. Yeah, it's a great movie.
They don't.
Yeah, it was historically observed on the 23rd of June. That's interesting.
Interesting.
What, Midsummer?
No. St. John's Eve, the what was traditionally like the Midsummer Festival in Europe during the Middle Ages, up through like the Renaissance and what have you.
It's like a revel, then.
Pardon me.
Like a revel almost, or no? Just a revel?
Yeah, they did like the big fires and shit like that. I mean, it was basically a continuation of, you know, European paganism, you know, with the fire festival for Midsummer's Eve. It just, you know, was dedicated to St. John. Of course, there's all the esoteric significance of St. John in the first place. Which
yeah, Rennes le Chateau, the skull, right?
Yeah, the head, the decapitations and that type of thing.
And it all comes back to our lady, our lady. And I don't mean Mary. I mean Tracy.
What, you mean Elizabeth Fraser?
I'm not giving her that right now. Chris Knowles can have. Chris, you can have that all day. I'll have it with you actually, but it's Tracy, man. It always just keeps coming back. I love it. She's out here hanging with us type shit.
Yeah.
I don't mean to sound all corny and stupid, but
You're not being corny.
It's real. Like
it's real.
Anybody that's watching and listening or whatever, or at a later time, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Like, this is a very real thing, and I feel her presence frequently. And there's also, I'm not going to get too weird, like too, not sentimental, but, gushy and weird, but there's she connected Jim, and I believe she had a hand in connecting Jim and myself. And I'm certain of it. I don't believe it. I just know it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. I really can't explain it. And yeah, so I mean, it's just, it's beautiful. I love it. It's great. These synchronicities, like, they pile on top of each other in so many ways, and it's all, not all of it, but a lot of it is, goes just right to Tracy, and it's so great. I don't know, Jim.
It's inspiring.
It is.
I hope I could do that for some people.
Yeah.
Right.
Even if it costs like that, I'd do it.
Same here. No joke. But Jim, speak on this, please.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, just everything that Tracy studied and just reading her work, we're just saturated in esoteric symbolism and, like, everything, pop culture, media, all over the place, and it's just insane. It's like, like being indoctrinated into a secret mystery school.
Yeah, we're being initiated. Yep.
All of a sudden, we're part of a secret club of insiders. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Now what?
It's worldwide, and it's insane. It's beautiful. It really is inspiring, Snake. I mean, thank you for clarifying, or giving the word I was looking for, because I've been looking for words all over. And
what?
Go ahead.
I see somebody popping in.
We do. We see.
Hey, what's up?
The name in a box. It's my name in a box.
I'm fixing my camera. Sorry.
Just get a boner and get it in
Nice
the
timing.
Boners.
Triple entendre, baby. Okay. So what's up, Greg? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, good. How y'all doing?
We don't know until we see your face, but that's okay.
Sorry, I was trying to get rid of my info screen so I didn't look like.
Oh yeah, you never use Zoom. No, I'm just
I don't know what I'm doing.
I love you.
I mean, voice in your head. That's all.
I mean, I'm homo. No homo. What, dude?
Can you even say that
did you say
anymore?
white power? You are,
dude.
racist, dude.
I'm all about it.
Oh God! Come on, man. Hey.
Oh, we can't even joke anymore. This is bullshit.
Oh. Reich.
Reich.
That's down the middle. That's a 98-mile-an-hour heater from Josh Hader. That racist. That long hair racist. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about? Probably not. He's a brewer.
Mm-mm.
He throws like Randy Johnson, but left-handed. And he throws about 102, and he's a beast. And he's got long hair, so I'm cool with him. Snake's cool with him too. We're good.
Yeah, I had to get my hair back, my power.
I feel you. I think I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut mine.
What?
Yeah, because, well, there's no real good reason. But I mean, I guess it's like I've had long hair since 2012. So it's annoying, and I never had long hair prior to that, like long, you know what I mean? So it's just like I can't, and I feel like I'm losing more hair, but I realize, oh, it's just long hair. You know what I mean? Like, I don't notice normal, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't notice. Greg, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, sure. I remember that time. I used to have beautiful hair. I'm not kidding. It was, you didn't have to put any product or anything in it. It was just.
Oh yeah,
dude. I know you had that pompadour. I know about you.
Dude, it was.
You had them chops. I heard you were non-political skin at one point, dude. It's cool. then a hammer, then a sharp. It's cool. We all go through phases.
Well,
How was Thanksgiving, man?
Yeah.
Me?
Hey.
Yeah.
oh, it was interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There was some mask wearing, and
What?
yeah, I was
Gay is age, dude. I'm sorry.
I was at my in-laws. I bit my tongue. It was bleeding.
You
a
gotta
lot.
bite your tongue. In-laws.
My mouth was filled. It was and then I heard one.
Ugh.
And don't get me wrong, I love this extended family, but one of them said, like, I just can't wait for some dignity to go back in the White House. And I was like, oh yeah,
You're going to be waiting for a while on that.
yeah.
Yeah,
I was like,
can't
yeah.
President-elect sniffer.
I was like,
I can't wait to
dignity.
actually be lubed up instead of just raw dogging it, over Bill.
Yeah.
I need some lube and I need some foreplay and
It's even going to be more pathetic than that. I mean, I think Knowles hit the nail on the head when I was talking to him like last week. It was something like Biden doesn't look like someone who's about to become president. He looks like an old man who wants to die. And that pretty much sums it up, I mean, it's just like, you wheel him out from the fucking nursing home or something to like give his speech. And it's like, okay, grandpa, go back to your room now.
Well, yeah, it's pretty amazing. They literally were successful in throwing in basically a corpse, and they got him to win.
Dead vote
Reminds
for the
me,
dead.
yeah, of those freaking elders. What is that Sean Connery movie from like 1980? It starts with the Z.
That's 70s.
From 70s.
Got the long ponytail and the weird underwear.
Yeah. It's like
Wizard of Oz. It's a Zondo or
something like that. And then they have those like old guys that have been like sustained for years and like they've like totally lost their minds, but they can't die. Like that's kind of like what Biden is,
Yeah. Isn't it weird how different he looks from like just like 4 years ago? I mean, I know he probably lost some weight, but I don't know. There's something. He doesn't sometimes look like the same person, but maybe
He's got one earlobe and not attached earlobe. So from different sides, he looks a little bit different. I mean, subconsciously no, but
I'm not saying he's a clone or something. I just maybe just a Mandula effect. I don't know.
he's a Zandula.
The Zandula effect. That makes more sense because isn't that the name of that movie? Zando,
or it's supposed to be Wizard of Oz. There's no books or anything, and it's worth watching. Lots of hot chicks in it.
I'm going to
hot 70s chicks.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a cult classic, no doubt.
Xanadu?
No, that's the Xanadu is the Canon Films Israeli producer's film. It's weird, right? From Canon Films, that Xanadu movie.
I haven't seen it. I guess
bizarre. I don't like it. Anyhow,
Xanadu. Is that what you said?
Oh, I think you said Xanadu. Okay.
Xanadu sounds familiar in some.
That's a different film. Yeah.
Right.
Why is Hollywood? I want Hollywood out of my mind sometimes because it's like I feel like the Cable Guy or Jim Carrey's Cable Guy is just like, I want my myths back and my traditional storytelling. They've hijacked it.
Well, even the worst thing about Hollywood is when they like name a character in a movie or a TV series after somebody that's famous, and so it screws up the Google searches after that. If you're looking for like, stuff about like the real Tesla, but you type in Tesla and it just gives you this
David Bowie from The Prestige.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean,
Zardoz.
That's it.
Sorry. Had to know.
Zardoz. 1 point for Greg.
Zardoz.
And it's like, everybody's talking right now, like the topic is like the Great Reset and history is a lie and all that stuff. I mean, what Hollywood's done, just go back to World War II. Everyone's got a Hollywood history in their minds. They don't know nothing. That's how guys like Biden get up in presidency, and we have what we're looking at. It's just complete delusion.
Well, isn't that kind of like Recluse you were kind of bringing up a little bit last time? Was like this what's that called? Revisionist history kind of thing that Hollywood's been doing to kind of like make people forget actual history.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you know, you definitely see that now, especially with so many films that are coming out. But, you know, I mean, for me, it's always just baffling some of these movies that have been so thoroughly embraced by quote unquote alternative culture. Like Fight Club is one like I just like absolutely despise. And I really
You
don't
do?
get, well, yeah. Well, I mean, think about it, okay? It's like the movie centers around a guy who's like schizophrenic or something like that. He effectively sets up a cult of mindless followers who he coaxes into petty acts of terror, eventually climaxing with them blowing up like that freaking building. Of course, they never show you what would have happened after, you know, he had destroyed all of the credit scores and what have you, and people woke up the next day and couldn't get any money out. There probably would have been mass panic, martial law declared, and what have you. It's basically like glorifying, I mean, one of these fucking, you know, fucking intelligence, fucking pseudo cults or something like that. And like portraying it as being like this hip and cool thing for these fucking kids to go out and do. And I mean, now you see like this meme on shit like Zero Hedge and what have you that tries to depict this as being subversive. And it's, you know, the fucking polar opposite, you know, it's just absurd.
Well, here's, I'm going to add something to that because I have a They Live / Fight Club / Valis real life experience when I was out in California living in the recovery house. It's bizarre. And I couldn't figure it out. I felt like I was living in these movies. And it's really just a hero story. But the alchemy that's in Fight Club it's got some value. But I see.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, especially those 3 movies that Fincher made after Alien 3 in the 90s, 7, The Game, and Fight Club are all just really big. And some of the things that they're showing, but I mean, especially like Revelation of the Method. I mean, of course, 7, you have the whole thing with the serial killer, and I mean, the kind of different occult symbolism involved in it and what have you. The fact that it's kind of being done by somebody who is anonymous, but also is well funded, and you know, that type of thing. They never even really reveal or go into what this guy's background is. And then, of course, The Game, which is basically a fictional fiction of this stuff with like the, you know, ARGs, the alternate reality games that are so big now. And I mean, the intelligence community has been studying for the last couple of years. I mean, there's a lot of big stuff in The Game that's like never really talked about either.
A great movie.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of those films, man. I mean, there's some really heavy stuff in that. But yeah, obviously, though, a lot of it just goes over most people's heads. But Fight Club in particular, though, is just one that, yeah, it really drives me insane. And it's also, who wrote the book? Chuck something. Gosh, I can never remember.
Chuck Palahniuk.
Yes. So it's also weird if you've read the book, because the book, to my mind, it's more of like a satire. I mean, you know, almost a mockery of, I guess, what we would think of now as toxic masculinity. Like, that was for me why even the first time I saw the movie, I was somewhat disappointed, because I thought Fincher had just totally cut away all of the humor, which was really quite prevalent in the book from the film. Just a lot of scenes that, you know, were very humorous when you're reading them. It just, you know, he played them totally straight in the movie. So yeah, there's kind of like that aspect as well.
No, yeah. I mean, I see the Chemical Wedding in it and Death of the Ego, but it goes over a lot of people's heads. You have to like really, if you're attracted to a film like that or that book, I mean, you'd have to be a man for one thing, and you'd have to be like really engaged in something interesting in your life at that time. You know what I mean? Other than that, it's just a movie, you know. Ooh, Brad Pitt without a shirt on, and you know, Meatloaf.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying, because I mean, it really is almost structured around how, I mean, an initiation would go through in like a secret society or something like that. But yeah, again, it's just baffling when you see, you know, this shit like Vigilant Citizen, you know, those types of people like glorifying that movie. You know, it's like, it's basically like, kids, this is how you create your own cult, you know?
Yeah. we used that film out the recovery house. It's interesting with when it came to movies and my experience. I lived in a halfway house for 2 years out in south of LA, and that film was a good tool. He's made a lot of jokes, but Groundhog's Day. There's a lot of good films out there you can use.
I love Groundhog's Day. That is definitely an excellent one.
Yeah, you know, and I don't know, but back to Hollywood. The good films have the good stories. They got a hero's journey in it. There's some alchemy in it. You know?
Well, I mean, that's, you know, why, I mean, for instance, like the original Star Wars movies are so good because, I mean, Lucas pretty much totally based that on Joseph Campbell's whole, you know, concept of hero's journey. And I mean, used the archetypes, you know, for pretty much all of the major characters. You know, Obi-Wan and Yoda later, essentially the wise old man archetype. Luke is the freaking hero, obviously. Leia's the princess. Vader's the shadow. You know, what was it? Han would be the trickster. I guess later somewhat brought up by, what was the other one? Lando. But I mean, yeah, that's exactly why, you know, that stuff works so well in the original Star Wars trilogies. And really, I think why a lot of the characters in the later ones were shit, because they actually tried to like develop them. You know, it was like they were much better when they were larger than life in the early films. I mean, that's why people still love those characters so much.
Well, it's a religion to a lot of people. It's
yeah,
bizarre.
Exactly. Well, that's, you know, and he knew what he was doing when he was, you know, using those archetypes. I mean, you know, it is very much, I mean, because that's historically what art was used for, was freaking for religion. You know what I'm saying? I mean, typically we're intertwined. It's only really been in the last few, you know, centuries or so where you have more and more secular art. But yeah, I mean, essentially it does kind of become a religious process when you do start bringing that kind of spiritual symbolism back into it.
That's what we need. I was listening to who was it? Just listen to him. Elena Freeland and God, the guy, a TV guy.
Oh, Freeland.
Jay Widener. And he's on and on about that, like having to bring like men, women, our whole culture has lost our initiations, our traditions that were in store, you know, even with Joseph Campbell. And if we were to ever get that back, you know, it would probably solve a lot of the issues we're having today. There wouldn't be any Bidens, you know, there wouldn't be any Trump issues. Like, look how you wouldn't need those kinds of characters in your life. You wouldn't fall for that shit, you know?
Well, sorry, were you going to say something, David?
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, American culture is just basically based now on pop culture generally. I mean, most people are just like, did you see this thing? And I know we're kind of doing it right now, but we're not at the same time. But like traditions and ritual or what was it? Rite of passages. Those are kind of lost in our culture.
Totally.
Whatever culture we have is kind of it's
wishy-washy, you know.
100%.
Like I plan on taking my son out when he's like 8 and give him some peyote and, you know, have for a while. I mean, that's not child abuse. I don't know what these. I mean, I have native blood, so I should be able to legally do it.
I love you. I agree.
I got a 9-year-old. We'll team up.
Hey, right. I'll make a baby. I'll get somebody. I have a few ideas of who I'll
make a baby.
We can all participate in this.
David's all, I'm gonna find a woman. I'm gonna come in her. We're gonna make a baby. Just so we can do this.
Hey, no stork.
You just try to make a magical child, man.
There we go.
We should homunculus this shit out, dude. Like, for real.
No.
Your magical child can be there in spirit, Barsky.
Get that side hole, baby. Hey.
Yeah, the side hole. There you go.
It makes it into every
like
single
Christ's penis at the moment of circumcision while you're trying to construct the magical child. That's the trick.
I want a magical moon child. I want a magical scarlet moon child, actually.
You can even put on the Moonchild song by King Crimson, man. I mean, it'll totally set the mood.
Oh, wow.
I
King
tend to
Crimson.
prefer Alan Parsons' Project. Turn of a Friendly Card is all right, but you know,
It's only like actually a 2-minute song, and then like what, a 7-minute like.
Okay.
Not even a drum solo. It's just like this weird percussion that they had just kind of randomly, I think, laying around the studio that they were like, we're going to try everything we can find here.
Greg, hold on, buddy. Raise your hand and no, I'm just kidding.
I'll be right back. I got a screaming baby.
Yeah,
One
okay.
second.
Oh, he does it. That's right.
Keep on going, gentlemen.
I heard peyote works, but there he goes. Fucking fag. Wait. That's not what I said. And anyway, the point is, I don't know. I don't have a point. That's the funny thing. But what the hell? My brain just melted because I said some stupid shit. Damn it, Barsky, get it together. Looks like I've picked a bad week to quit amphetamines and quit drinking.
You got a Ritalin?
Is the airplane joke?
Airplane. Classic.
That's a Zucker Brothers, man.
Week to quit sniffing glue.
Yeah. Making Milwaukee. Oh, pardon me, miss. I speak jive. Fucking June Cleaver.
Oh, yeah. Airplane.
You
Lay
see,
them down. Hack them down.
King Hollywood.
see now, you burning up over there now, blood. Oh, God, that was the greatest thing. Remember, and women deserve equal rights and lefts. So let's just out of the way. So,
That's fun.
thank you.
Hey,
I did find that one. That's a meme I share with Matt Vrabel. What up, Matt? You might be listening. You might be listening.
I was in the.
But yeah, Matt made some pretty great fan art, didn't he? That one night with the Recluse would have appreciated it. I can't remember what it was, but I was like, you're not still listening. It's like 4 a.m. Remember, we went. It was like the longest episode I think we ever did. We went 5 hours or something, and I was like, there's no way you're still listening, dude. Yeah, right. Like, you're not even in the chat, and he's sending me text messages of stupid ass shit that I've said like over the last 5 to 10 minutes, proving that he is listening. And then at the end, I was like, yeah, all right, man. Good night. Thanks for tuning in. You probably tuned out a long time ago. And that was when we came up with our our now famous, world famous what is it? Our world famous it's not an axiom. See my brain.
Slogan?
Yeah, slogan. Jesus, man. Here's together, Barsky. Yeah. Professional as fuck. I don't like to curse though. So yeah. But yeah. And he sent me a meme immediately saying, yeah, because we're professional AF, and proved to me that he stuck it out for literally 4 hours. So I don't think anybody really has. I mean, except Matt. Yeah, no, right, Greg? Nobody's stuck it out for an entire Weavingspiders session.
Not even myself. I just kind of like zone out towards the end, and
yeah,
I'm gone.
Yeah, right.
I'm just looking at pornography this whole time. No, I'm kidding.
Why would you do
Nice.
It's not funny.
I'm just playing. It's a fine show. That's why I'm always on here.
Dude, Riley Reid.
Why did you choose Weavingspiders?
Oh,
Welcome.
Okay, so it literally just popped. We hadn't thought of a show title yet, and we were marinating. We didn't even. We were. What we were. What do you think, Jim? We'd come to the conclusion that we were going to do the show probably like a month, 3 weeks. Probably had transpired, and all of a sudden I was cleaning something up, and all of a sudden it just popped into my brain, and I said, "That's it. That's a wrap." I don't know how it popped into my brain. And over the last couple of weeks, I think you guys know what I'm gonna attribute it to, and I mean that. I'm not even kidding. It's Twyman. Like I feel like I have a like it's coming together now and more pieces. And look, I'll admit this right now openly that I could totally have some mental issues or something that I don't, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, but I do know. You know what I'm saying? So I guess what the AMA or the American psychiatric, whatever the fuck Sidney Gottlieb, Pitt and Cameron started, and whatever the DSM-5 or 6 we're on now, would declare or deem to be a mental illness, like for connecting these dots, you know what I'm saying? And actually, paying attention to them and not just ignoring them and acting like, oh, that's just superstitious bullshit. Just like my random urges to read clock shavings in the middle of the freaking night. Like I you know what I'm saying? And thank you, Jim, by the way. I'm going to say it to you again, like in front of everybody, all 8 people watching. That seriously though, thank you. Cause like that was honestly like I don't know. I just appreciate you doing that because it planted a seed, and that's what we got to keep doing. I don't think we have to keep doing it. We're going to keep doing it. We're doing it now. So
I think you should give up now.
yeah, I should shut up.
Surrender.
Yeah, just
give up. Get ready for the great reset. Open up your butthole.
Hey, exactly. I
assume the
I don't want to look. There will be no prolapsing in the apocalypse. No prolapse. How is that even a thing? Okay,
that's the only way.
We're not even going to go there. We're not going there. But it's so disgusting.
Let's just drop it. I'm sorry. Don't give up.
Just drop it. Just drop it. Is this racist now?
Yes.
I need my Hawaiian shirt.
White power, and it's 666. So you're.
But I heard this was racist. I heard this. Right? Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, 4chan made that up as a joke, and then people bought it.
Oh, now it is?
Yeah.
Bannon? Yeah, no. New York Times bought it.
Like that.
Steve Bannon, all of 4chan. He's just posting this, everyone.
Steve Bannon?
Yeah, he's all high on meth. He's going,
Stephen K. Bannon, I love how Brisson, Veltman, Snyder, you all fucking, you call him by his full piece of shit, almost full piece of shit name.
Steve Bannon is Q, according to James True, which is...
I believe I think I think there's something there. There's definitely that resonates hard with me. But
same.
Whatever.
Back to the spider thing, because there's some serious spider magic going on, dude.
There is.
You're talking about synchronicities. There's some things that yeah. Like you got Ben coming on tomorrow, for sure.
No, Ben Bald. Oh yeah, I don't know if I told Jim. I don't know. I might have. Like I said, we talked earlier in the pre-show, whatever, where we were just like, yo, has anybody else been experiencing the days bleeding into each other so hard as to where I can't, like, I've never had it this hard to where I'm like, was that Tuesday? Like, I mean, we've all had those weeks, but this is different. There's something very, very, this is a stronger current. I don't know what, I can't place my finger on it, but let's
nature.
What, danger, Will Robinson? What?
It's nature. Go live on top of a mountain off grid. You won't care what day it is.
Yeah.
Sun comes up, sun goes down.
Right. Except when it's not, it goes down when it too early, right? A half hour too early. Did you catch that? Did you catch Knowles? Yeah, Chris Knowles documented it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
This week. Yeah.
It's been weird sometimes as far as the bodies, the sun anyway. Sometimes the moon. But
more so the sun as of late, right? Because I don't know about y'all, but I've noticed walking the dog, and I mean, I grew up here in this city, and I know what the city looks like at every hour of every day when the sun is shining. You just know. And I've had this happen 3-4 times in the last couple weeks, where I was driving back from Milwaukee the day of that Mayfair shooting or whatever, and
wait, where were you on that shooting, Dave?
I was fleeing.
Answer the question.
As possible.
Sorry.
No, I was actually going to stop at the Barnes & Noble there at 2 p.m. No joke. I was driving past the exit, and I was like, I really want to stop in there and grab
a book right now.
Huh?
Oh yeah, that's what you were thinking.
Yeah, I was gonna stop in there and just there's a couple books I had on my list that I was looking for, and I needed some Robert Anton Wilson, and I didn't want to wait for Amazon. So I'll see if they have any. And I go in, and I didn't something just like, no, just go home. It's just like, just get home. And that was at 2 p.m. and I passed that exit, and then I get back to Racine, which is only 20 minutes south, and I have the main 620, which is the biggest stick in the state. They literally claim that, and they're like the home of the Bucks and all the sports teams. But anyway, flagship of the Packers. They said they're like a shooting apparently, and there's the shooter's still at large, this, that, and the other at Mayfair Mall, and 8 people have been shot. None of them fatally shot, but they've all been rushed to the hospital, this and the other, and they hadn't caught the guy. And I think it was like even 8 p.m. at night, because I was still out running errands that day, and I was like, oh my god, this stinks. This is some Denmark shit right here, and I'm Danish as hell. It smelled bad because the mayor of Wauwatosa, which is where Mayfair Mall is only Wauwatosa to Milwaukee is like, okay, give me. I'm trying to think, like, okay, so it's like it's within the city limits of Milwaukee, but it's about 50,000 people. Whereas Milwaukee city limits are like 700,000. So there's about 50,000 people. It's just west of Miller Park and whatever, just west of the lake. So
it's like a suburb essentially.
Yeah, no, it's more of like it's where the people from my neighborhood went to when they had their families after the prices in our neighborhood went up in Bayview. They moved to Wauwatosa and then jacked the prices up over there. So because there's a lot of old haunted homes there. Literally, my friend Austin got dragged out of his bed by his ankles multiple times, and he literally called me up to call Heather, Taddy, I know you're out there and you're probably listening, but maybe I'm being a dick assuming that, but you know what I'm talking about. So
that's scary. That's scary stuff.
Yeah.
By a ghost?
He called me, which he hadn't called me in a while because he's married with like 3 kids, and like he quit. I'll just leave it at this: his band Jail got signed to Sub Pop, and after their second record they put out, and they were about to tour Europe, he decided to quit the band, quit playing drums. He was original drummer. He decides to quit the band and not tell them 3 days before they're supposed to leave for Europe.
Wow.
Yeah. So
because he got drug out of bed by his ankles by some
no. This is just sidebar. But he's just, I don't know. He's one of my best friends. Like, we spun records together. But it was because he said it was because of his family, because his Taylor was pregnant with their second child then, and he said, I need to be an adult now, which I don't understand that. I get it, but Austin took it to a level that was like, whoa, dude, calm down. Like, you're taking this adult thing, you're virtue signaling with it almost. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was. Austin, you were virtue signaling, it felt like, to all of your friends. But that's okay. I love you. You're divorced. I'm divorced. We're all divorced.
So are you trying to get to the point about the sun setting early?
Yeah,
or something. You witnessed it.
This is why we need Snake around more, because he can reel me.
Yeah, I was like, where's this going?
Yeah.
I'm fascinated. I want
to. I was confused.
I talk in circles and I don't let anybody else talk, and I beat people up.
Your brilliant mind.
I hooked up your chair with an electro, so when you get off top it, I'm just gonna shock you.
Someone to install that.
It goes right up in your taint.
Let's get that. Let's start the bidding more now, guys. Seriously. And then
it's like interactive porn.
Yeah, right. And then we'll move on to the burial plot bidding war. But after this gotta be this first. But anyway, so how this ties the sun? None of this ties into the sun. But the point is walking the dog, doing all this stuff, and seeing trajectories or shadows that I've said to I said, self, this ain't right. Like, this is weird. But maybe it's just me, but I knew it wasn't. So I just kept moving. And then it's like, well, it just could be just an illusion, an optical something, whatever, sundog bullshit. I don't fucking know, but it wasn't anything like a sundog, but it was just weird. It was way too far south. Okay. And then 2 days later, driving home from Mayfair, or driving home from, the day of the shooting, you guys, I am a geography nerd. I can't help it. I can stare at maps for hours and just stare at them and just soak in that information. I don't know what it is. I love maps. I love atlas, whatever. And I retain that kind of information. So anyway, and I have a great natural compass. Everybody usually relies on me to where the fuck did we park, when everybody's wasted kind of, and I'm wasted too, but I'm like, so my true north is the lake, because Lake Michigan is the frickin' barrier for everything. So east is just the lake. Like, you can't go off the cliff. But anyway, driving southbound on I-94, and there's a curve, like a pretty solid curve when you leave Milwaukee County and enter Racine County, and it's pretty dramatic. Now, I've driven this, I can't even tell you, thousands and thousands of times, and I was looking at where I put my visor down, like, damn, that's a bright sun, and it wasn't covering where the sun was. I was like, what the hell? And then I looked, like, off to the right, and I remember saying, the sun can't be there, because then I would be going west and I'm driving south. Like, it was like I put it together in my, like, it made no sense, no scientific, whatever you want to call, whatever you want to call it, it made no goddamn sense at all. And I remember going, what is, and that was the moment I said, what the hell is going on, to myself, obviously, and I left it at that. And then I see the post from Chris, filming the sun. He said, okay, it's currently, what was it? Craig, you remember too? He said, like, it's currently 4 p.m.
Yeah.
And the sun was supposed to set at 4:28 or 4:30 roughly at that time. And the sun set at, and he was filming, he's like, the sun is literally setting right now, and it's a half hour early. And he was like, there it is. And he had it marked on the horizon. Snyder, did you see that?
When was it on his Facebook or something like that?
I don't know.
Twitter.
Yeah, we Twitter. All of us are Twitters.
Oh, I don't do Twitter, so no, I didn't see it then.
Dude, I will drag you into that arena and make it.
That's interesting, because last Wednesday, my son's here at my house in South St. Louis. We're 2 hours southwest, looking at the property we just bought.
Okay.
And I'm on the phone with him. He was doing some yard work, and he's like, Dad, I'm sorry, it's dark. I can't keep working or whatever. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's dark. We can see just fine. It's light up. My wife was sitting there too, and she's like, what is he talking about? It's dark. Honey, we can see. And it's like, Mom, it's dark. What are you talking about? It was just a weird.
Yeah. Like
and I didn't want to be like, what's wrong with my son? I'm like, well, whatever. Just, you're fine.
He's just being my kid, right? Yeah.
No, dude, he might have been experiencing what you're talking.
No, I meant your take was, this is, I'm overreacting about, he's overreacting. You know what I mean? Like, you just want to blow. Those are things we were programmed to blow off. You know what I mean? Like, try to rationalize it as something, goofy. That's an anomaly. Normally, that's just human nature, is what I'm trying to say. So, like,
I'm gonna talk to him about that again. I was like, you remember that last week when you said it was dark? Were you? It wasn't interesting.
Yeah. Did you talk to him about it yet again, or no?
No, I just
said you're going to.
We're busy. He's 20. You're just kind of like.
No, I've seen Badger. I know. Yeah, like.
No, not Badger. That's not my son.
You said it was your son last week, dude.
I misheard you. It was a miscommunication.
Either that, or you were fucking with me, or
yeah,
you could have been. I like your.
Badger's a 17-year-old with a 40-year-old.
I guess
he's so mature. That's not my kid.
He's got that old.
I forget he's 17 all the time.
That was funny.
We should do like observation of sometime of the sun, and
I'm about to go look out the moon.
Oh yeah, hey, guys, do we have a full moon tonight? I feel like we do.
Yeah, I believe we do or close to it. It's definitely really bright where I'm at.
All right, so fires. Why aren't we? We need to have a virtual fire. What are we doing? I don't just do new moon, guys. I do both.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not kidding. I do. And Erica, if you're out, if you're hanging out, I'm coming over after this. We're gonna do the damn thing. Yeah. So I think we should have a virtual fire. You turn the no, the virtual fireplace on for you. No, it's really weird. I did take note though the day after, and I made it a point to track because I have I remember paying for that Skyview Pro app, years ago, Starry Night Pro or whatever it is, so you get all the augmented reality shit. And I got a bunch of new ones because I got the new iPhone, so I was like, oh, let's see how this is. And dude, I was tracking the trajectory, everything, and everything lined up.
Yes.
Whoa.
Oh, he's talking like the moon now.
Elvis sound effect.
Oh, look at these bastards. They're outside. Man, I love you guys. I wish I could just walk out there like an asshole. Yeah, that's awesome. Hey, I'm going to do this. Oh, it's gone now, so I'll unpin. No, don't just have me. Okay, let's do.
Well, we have an eclipse.
Stay there,
soon, don't we?
Ooh. A lunar eclipse is tomorrow, right? Monday?
I thought it was. The solar eclipse is on the.
It's cold out here.
Yeah, what's the temp? What's our? Literally, we're gonna do this right now, guys. Yeah. What's the temperatures?
We're talking about the weather now. Jesus Christ.
Well, we are technically weather with the sun. You piece of shit.
I think it's like sure low 40s here now.
Low 40. All right, we got low 40s in WV. What do we got in Envy? Gregory.
I haven't gone that far. Let's see. I'm sure it's cold as fuck.
Yeah, right. You Reno.
It gets cold up here in the Sierras.
I know. I'm fucking with you.
It's 30 degrees right now.
30. Okay. Yeah. Snake Jones, what do you got, pal?
Probably 40s. It's been strangely warm for us.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely been unusually warm all fall.
Yeah, everybody. I think we're all experiencing that.
Well, as we're talking about the sun, like it feels like to me, and I could be crazy, that the sun is extremely more bright than I can remember. Like it's just like white, bright light.
Feel that. I definitely feel that. Yeah.
And I don't know, and it's like the whole like Bill Gates wanting to like block the sun and shit. I'm like, is that why? what's gonna happen? This is the fucking Simpsons.
Yeah, he's got his
or a Highlander 2.
Oh yeah,
Highlander. Back to Hollywood.
That freaking Queen's
back
to Connery. I mean, yeah, you cannot beat Sean Connery playing a Spaniard.
No.
Ramirez.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
Ramirez.
Yep.
He was my hero when I was a kid.
Yeah,
man.
for sure.
Idiocracy, by the way. I don't know why it popped back in my head, but I watched that the other night again, and I was like, oh my God. I haven't seen it, literally, you guys, since like 2007.
Yeah, that scene where he doesn't have his tattoo. Oh, he doesn't got one.
I tweeted it out. Yeah, like, why come you have no tattoo? Like, look how stupid the guy from the stupid Apple commercials.
Yeah. I think it's the only movie in history to be slated to come out, and the week it was supposed to come out, they'd canceled. It was very strange.
Really?
Yeah, because I was working as a projectionist at that time, and we had it. We were ready to have it and mailed out to us, and in the cans, and they just pulled it the last week, and they said it was, I can't remember, some bullshit.
And it's Mike Judge. How are you gonna just pull Mike Judge shit? Like,
yeah, especially after it was his follow up to like Office Space, right? Which has been really successful.
Yeah.
Nay.
I think they said it was because the corporations he was talking about, they got mad, but I don't buy it. I think
really
it was just so stupid.
Costco.
I mean, all of them was like
the Amazon size Costco.
There was tons of references. And
dude, it's the greatest thing ever. It's there's product placement everywhere. It's brilliant.
It was just too real
for that.
Yeah, it's a documentary now.
It absolutely is, dude. Absolutely. And dude, that line, Snake, it's funny. You don't even know, but I literally tweeted with the hashtag, why come you have no tattoo?
Did you really?
I swear to, I think Greg, you saw it. Jim, I think you liked it. Probably not.
When was that?
Hate me. No. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna read my own tweet on the air because I haven't
really on the lines for a couple.
So let's see. We got.
Hey Jim, can you lower your camera a little bit more, like so I can see your crotch? Just a little.
Yes.
Owner.
I've been thinking that this whole time.
That's what I'm talking about. No headroom, only head. Okay.
You're a beautiful man, Jim.
I'm sorry. I've been extremely perverted this episode. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Really foul mouth. This is.
So hey, Snake, did you see the moon when you went outside?
Yeah, it's a little foggy. Why do you think it looks weird? Christy made a comment, and that's why I wanted to go out.
Oh shit! I need to look in the chat. I'm sorry,
when
guys.
Christy says something, you pay attention.
Damn right. Okay.
She was about 11:30 in the sky, like not straight up, but like the half or 11:30 position, if sun wise.
Yeah. I got my night vision. I haven't really used it much, but when we were out in California, it's insane, man. What's going on up there?
Guys, I gotta throw this out there.
Go
ahead, Jim. I'm sorry.
I've always wanted to check that out. I mean, I've gone up into the mountains and places where there was very little light pollution, and you can see all kinds of stuff up there.
Yeah,
moving all over the place.
Greg, if you're in the Sierras, man, and you're rural, you should be seeing stuff
like UFOs. I see that shit all the time.
I don't know about UFOs. I'm gonna say that I'm thinking Project Leonid.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yep, and that's in the app too. They're showing it all, and I'm like, why? What is going on here? It's really weird. Real quick, I'll read the tweet. Just checked my calendar, and by my calculations, I would say the Great Garbage Avalanche is around 30 to 60 days out. Hashtag get to high ground. Hashtag yuckers. And then the next one, this is 2 days ago. Then the next one was, I will not be one of the scannables. Hashtag where's your tattoo? Hashtag why come you don't have a tattoo? I cannot wait to be a jab joy kill. Hashtag unfit mothers unite. So I'm proud of those are solid tweets.
I have no tattoo.
Why come you have no tattoo?
I might get a Twitter account just to see your posts, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you do, just to see my posts.
Yeah, Twitter's pretty slick. I mean,
I love Twitter, man, for real.
I've been getting attacked on Twitter lately, especially today. Holy shit! I had I don't know if they were bots or whatever, but they were attacking the fuck out of me.
Attacking you? Really? You don't get attacked much.
Well, it was I made a meme of there was this footage of it was in Canada. It was like when they're like health briefings on COVID, and this guy called, and they had like people that call in, and the guy was like, he's like, hey, how many people do you have in ICU right now? And they had the head nurse, and she's like fuddling it for paper. She's like, 151. She's like, how many of those are for COVID? She's like, my last brief, I was told 10. And he like laughs and then hangs up. So I just put like the Curb Your Enthusiasm like credits at the end of it. That was basically all. And I just said, I was like, more people have gone to the ICU for putting objects in their anus than for COVID.
Yes, this is true.
and then this nurse came out of nowhere and just like started berating me like just one after another.
Whoa. Wait a second, that happened to me.
Yeah, like
Keep
I don't.
Going.
And well, I think what started. I don't know if you guys know who Gordon White is.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, Maroon Soup. Yeah, I had him on the farm actually a couple of months ago.
Nice. He's a good guy, but he like commented on it and made a joke with me, and I think that's what started it. And like, there's like people that have like anti campaigns against him on Reddit and shit. Like, I just think since he's been talking about like like a lot of stuff. If you're like in his membership, he's like been talking about just like a lot of the stuff's going on, and there's just like this hate campaign against him. So I don't know.
There's from what I know, what I've gleaned from people I will not name. I'm not gonna fuck that. I'm
Name
not.
them.
No, hell
Them
no,
now.
hell no. I'm not naming them. But no, like there's some. Maybe Recluse could speak to it. I don't know, but like I've some weird things going. But whatever, dude. I don't know that of Gordon White, so whatever.
Well, can I add something like Greg? It's interesting you said that on Facebook. Every time I log on, I've got another violation of their standards. Like the last one I got was from 2014, a post I made because I used to run a support group for many years. Help for Opiate Addicts Parents exists, and I made a post about it because we had drug tests for their kids, or whatever. I got a strike for that. But it all started when I made some post, and I don't even know because it's like I got a string of like 8 violations now or whatever. But I swear it started when this nurse jumped on one of my posts and started telling me about how many people have died of COVID or are sick in the hospital. And I looked at her profile. My wife is an RN. My neighbor's a paramedic. We know everything that's going on in the hospital.
Oh yeah, I have an insider too, and she told me it's like there's no one here, and I've gone and actually peeked at the medical tents, and there's nothing in there. And this woman was like, "Oh, there's so many deaths," and she's like, "How do you treat?" And this is what. So I started trolling her when she was doing that to me. I was like, "Hey, dog." I'm like, that was their choice. That's what they picked. I'm like, he's like, that's why I chose the game. And then I was just throwing like gangster like gifts and.
But is this when all your hacking started?
Set up
because that's when all my stuff started.
I haven't gotten hacked yet, as I know of, but maybe it's gonna happen now. I don't know, but I'm ruffling feathers lately. Let's just say that there's been more of it.
Well, I'm thinking 8200. If you know what that is.
Let it rip, Snake. Let them have it.
Dude, Mossad and all them, they have a whole internet warriors. It's 8200. That's what they do. They've got warehouses of people, man.
Of
bank accounts, everything.
He's like threatening to clip your dick all the time. Is that?
Yeah, they just
already clipped.
Exactly. I got clipped too. I got problems with Mossad.
Yeah.
He clipped my dick.
Same here, man.
I was a baby.
It did my tongue. That helped out. My wife loves it. But I'm just saying that nurse thing, that's weird because I looked at the profile and everything. The things, this is not a real person, but
I don't think
seems like one.
Real person too. I don't know, but she was like saying like stuff against Gordon. She's like, I can't believe this coming from you, Gordon. I was like, what are you talking about? Have you listened to anything he said?
I'm assuming because he's openly gay. She assumes that he's a fucking stupid, fucking progressive, which is like inversion yet again of terms. But whatever. Fucking cocky.
Yeah, all down.
We're obviously in like the greatest psychological warfare. Like all bets are off. I mean,
and I wanted to say they all those fuckers can run naked backwards through a field of dicks if that's just what needs to happen.
They probably like that. It's actually a hobby of theirs.
Hey, I know a few people.
How dare you threaten me with a good time?
People who would enjoy that would never admit it.
We should take note of a lot of things. It sounds bizarre to most people, but pay attention to what's going on with your son. Is it setting? What's going on with the time? There's stuff happening.
Yeah.
Our social media accounts. There's weird things going on, man. And if you have a notion that you might be going crazy or something, like even guys in this group, go ahead and run it by somebody. See if something else is happening because, let's go back to our friend Tracy. I don't know if you guys recall some of her stuff that I noticed and I became concerned was like when she was talking about her being monitored and her internet being messed with, or websites and stuff. That definitely happened.
Yeah.
Well, what about Recluse? What about you? Because you really dig deep into the like parapolitics and stuff. Have you had anything weird happen that you can or like care to share, or maybe I don't.
Yeah.
Okay,
I know.
That says it. That's
nothing that I would be willing to share on air.
Okay.
There you go. There's
I do apologize. That was a little too.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Way to go,
Greg. I really made it awkward.
I'm killing it.
I mean, I've had some small stuff, but nothing crazy. But I can't.
Well, imagine. Let's just say that. Okay, now we notice things, right? But your average person doesn't notice this at all. So when it comes to, I mean, back to why would Biden be president or why would this stuff happen? There you go. That's where it's at.
Right. And Charlie Robinson on his last episode of Macroaggressions. What's up, Charlie? He
Love that guy.
It was hilarious. It was brilliant. It was so like always. That dude is hilarious. And when he gets angry and riled up, dude, when he gets in that zone, it is just gold. But yeah, he's talking, basically saying the same types of things. But the one thing I was gonna say, I can't remember now, because Greg, your beauty and Snake's hair, I'm fucking lost.
You mean the shine? Am I blinding you? I'm sorry.
Can you be any more cliche with
I got a lot of testosterone. That's why this happened.
Wait, what happened?
Man.
On a busy.
Hey, fucking Zoom, man. It's doing it to Jim. It's only cutting Jim out. You guys notice?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know what I was gonna say, you guys. Sorry, I'll be quick.
Well, actually, can I interject? So, what about 2017? Did any of you guys have any odd experiences in 2017?
Let me.
I mean, are we talking like metaphysics experiences or like
just any kind of thing?
Twilight Zone shit, man.
Yeah.
The revelation of the method started in 2017 for me. Like I started, like for some reason, like my YouTube algorithm started feeding me the right stuff, and I was just like everything could stop. Like.
I've had overload of synchronicities since around then, or
every day,
constant. And then I think also when you start interacting with people that are doing the same thing, then it like builds onto it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
It creates more feedback, more loops, and so forth, interconnect all of us.
Precisely.
But 2017 though was it was definitely a really pivotal year for a lot of people that I've encountered, especially for just in terms of really insane stuff that's happened with what you guys were talking about earlier. But yeah, it's an interesting year for just in terms of a lot of things that are going on right now.
What about you, sir? Like, give us some, if you can share some of your weirdness.
I can't really talk about that either.
Oh, damn it. I know you have some things too. Off air. You got to share off air.
Sure. But I mean, it was just something, I mean, I know I actually just talked to Knowles about that. That'll be actually one of the podcasts I'm going to have in the subscriber section soon about his own experiences with 2017, which was also a very odd year for him as well. But yeah, 2017 is, it's an interesting thing.
Yeah, I feel like whatever Wizard of Oz levers were pushed, that was I mean
that's the year Q started. That is also the year Trump was inaugurated. That was also 2017 was
there was also that book actually that Tracy published. I haven't read it yet. It was the novel, but I think Yeah. From what I could tell, though, from the synopsis, it seemed like there was some really crucial stuff in it.
Bloomberg, look at us! Yes. Look at us!
I gotta read that.
We're beautiful. Yeah, buddy.
It was also the year QAnon was started too.
West Side Connect. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Wow.
Now here's a little Q drop I'm gonna do. Remember when he said or Trump said he was talking about Maxwell, he's like, I wish her well. You remember that whole thing? And everyone's like, what the fuck was that about? Well, if you like put that in a gematria like calculator, it says I'm QAnon, or what? Like it's basically that's what it says. And I was like, that's.
Are they capable of such things? How's that humanly possible?
How's what humanly possible?
But I'm not doubting what Greg just said, but how does a human being pull that off? Is he working with a team? Is that
that's
out
it.
of his mind?
Defango.
Did someone write it for him?
Yeah. I've kind of like
data stuff.
I've dug into it a little bit. They're camping out in the woods, literally, with remote, getting remote Wi-Fi somehow or connection somehow, and I believe it's, man, we need Veltman for this one because he could really clarify, right, Steve? But anyway, I think it was let's see, Lepo. These are obviously like Schoenberger's involved. Thomas Schoenberger. It's like a disgusting group of teenage FBI.
Well, yeah, they were involved with this company, Shadow Box, I believe is what it was called. And it was basically like an online trolling firm, I mean, but they also would hire people to go out into the, public and harass people. They would go to DEF CON, the big hacker thing in Vegas, and recruit hackers from there to work for them and what have you.
Sounds like a
it was basically like one-stop shopping for gang stalking and cyber harassment, more or less.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, you can kind of go back and look at Robert Guffey's Camellio, where he went into the experiences that his friend had with that kind of stuff in the early noughts. I actually just got a chance to interview Guffey lately, too. Nice. That'll be up soon. So,
really?
Yeah.
It's a great book.
Look at you, man.
I love that book.
What are you doing on our No, I'm just kidding. You belong here. Your family.
He's all later, bitches. He's like, I'm like, was all of that gold rings? When did you get those?
Yeah, right? No wonder you're just your name in that black box.
I'm wondering. This is because it's personal. It's personal. It's personal. And I know I've been told not to take things personal.
Yeah.
But just because person's still alive and breathing, if you kill them psychologically, that's a form of murder.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Something. And
I mean, a lot of these guys are into occultism. I mean, Tom Schoenberger claimed that he was freaking Saint Germain at one point. I mean, they're into that, that I am stuff, the whole, cult around the
crap, movement. Listening to that book today.
I actually, they tried to get me into that cult when I was on my honeymoon. That's just a side story. When I was in Shasta.
Holy shit, what is going on right now? Because we all just had like light bulb fucking epiphany, weird revelation moments right then and there, all of us at the same time. I honestly, at least me, Snake.
Are you saying penis tingled? Because mine did. Tingled.
Dude,
okay, sorry, Ken.
Mine's
Stop talking about your dick.
I'm psychically tickling you. Tickle. Wow, that's weird. Keep going.
I'm glad I didn't get my joke in. So.
Recluse, what's up with this I am? Go back to that a little bit.
Oh, dude.
What do you mean specifically about it?
Well, you tied the name you put out there again earlier.
Schoenberger.
I can go
Schoenberger.
Thomas Schoenberger.
Okay.
I'm familiar with Victor Schoenberger.
Yeah.
Schoenberger's the guy that there's been some compelling evidence that's come out lately that he was the guy who had effectively set up a good chunk of the QAnon thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and also he... Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, it went back to when he had game jacked Cicada 3301 around like 2013, 2014, and he had used that to kind of raise up like the early Q movement by 2017. Which is where you also got kind of some of that hacker component. But yeah, the one, I don't know if you guys saw the documentary that just came out on Cicada 3301, like what, a year or something ago. The one chick that they feature pretty prominently in that was kind of tied in with the whole thing with Schoenberger. In fact, she actually had, I guess, a pretty big crush on Schoenberger at one point. But yeah, just the whole thing with that is just absurd. I mean, the freaking cracking Cicada 3301. I mean, it was put together by what was a Great Big Picture or something like that. It's like a freaking subsidiary of CNN. I mean,
yeah, it's a giant.
It's really slick. I mean, yeah, it's really
production
on a lot of levels.
Yeah.
But yeah. Schoenberger was kind of a part of that whole nexus. I mean, you got into the things with QAnon, and then then there's also some compelling evidence that he was tied in with Michael Flynn, General Michael Flynn. So I mean, that kind of goes into all the stuff you guys are kind of talking about with Bannon. I mean, that ties into Cambridge Analytica and this type of thing. See, a lot of the Q, and obviously certainly Cicada was one of the, was essentially an alternate reality game, which was something that the U.S. intelligence community started researching back around 2013, at least officially. I would imagine that they had probably done it much sooner. But I mean, the thing with, a lot of the early alternate reality games like Ong's Hat and so forth, guys like Joseph Matheny who are running it, were using it to collect data on the players, especially since the players were unwitting. And they would make, personality profiles based on the data. Jeez. And they would eventually come to conclude that there were certain personality types that could be triggered into unstable flights of fantasy through these games. So anyway, if you go and look at the stuff that Cambridge Analytica was doing, it's essentially the same thing. They were targeting all this data from things like Facebook and these online surveys and so forth. And they use that to do these. Yep. Yeah. They use that to create these personality profiles on people, and then they could specifically target unstable personality profiles with specific propaganda on Facebook and these other, social media things. And that's kind of why it's interesting, when you see these connections to Flynn, it's kind of like, well, it seems like besides just using the techniques of these ARGs, they got to the point where they're actually, running them, possibly, if there is that connection to like Q and what have you.
And it seems to be the case because of the situation with Flynn. Now, from what I've gleaned,
yeah, Flynn's effectively the de facto Secretary of Defense now.
Exactly, now. Yep. Yeah. So what does that say, guys? Like, I mean,
it's just, it's really incredible because, you have, his one protege, I can't remember the guy's name. He had hooked up with Flynn back when Flynn was the head of the DIA, and then he brought him into the National Security Council. But that guy essentially now is overseeing all U.S. Special Operations Forces and all military intelligence, for the entire freaking Pentagon. So, and he's a longtime Flynn loyalist.
Of course.
Yeah, it's insane.
And I was just I'm sure you guys remember this, but since you brought up like 2017, how weird that was. I remember, because right when the election ended and there were so many people who were kind of in this fog, that's when the Pokemon augmented reality game came out, and everyone's face was buried in Reno when I was
2016.
2016. Okay. But still, it seemed like it got more intense after the election. People were just burying that thing. Right. And I was always suspicious of that thing. I'm like, this thing seems something wrong with it. I mean, obviously it's getting data, but I feel like it was also maybe doing some psychological things to people. I don't know.
Okay, 100%, and I will. Yeah, because one quick anecdote about that. The only reason I remember it's 2016 is because I'll never forget it. I was staying with my buddy Andy, and basically we were sitting on the porch drinking Pabst and just hanging out, summer night, and a dad looking dude, probably 43, your typical dad, Karen dad type dude, that dude, white guy, wasp, riding like a fixed gear bike, trying to be hip, because Milwaukee's got a lot of bike messenger cats, but anyway, and wannabes, and they don't even exist anymore. But anyway,
I've heard actually the bicycle shops are even more pretentious than comic book stores.
That doesn't surprise me.
To a degree, yeah, it's pretty bad. But this dad is riding his bike, and Andy and I are watching him. He's riding super fast, but he's staring at his phone while he's riding, and he's got one hand on his phone. And we literally had just been making fun of Pokemon Go, and because I was riding the bus back from work, and I saw the girl in front of me, and I was observing her and her friend playing the game, and I could hear their conversation. It was a packed bus ride. It was just, and I was like, oh my god, this is so fucking weird. I never played Pokemon. I'm old. I'm of the I was too old for, you know what I mean? Like I didn't find it fascinating at all.
Man, I was sitting out on a porch at like a bar, like having a beer with a friend of mine, and we saw this kid, like he's on his phone, he's like just sort of like trotting, and he walks by, and then he comes by again like 15 or 20 minutes later, and then he comes by again 15 or 20 minutes later, and
gotta collect them
we're
all.
like, hey, what's going on? Are you speed walking or something? And he's like, oh no, I'm playing Pokemon Go. Like, all right.
Right, but the guy that was riding the bike crashed straight into a parked car and almost flipped over it. Straight up out of the whatever music video, not music video, but
do you remember
Wayne's World, just like that.
Do you remember when some of those protests were going on and there was like people getting beat up and they said they thought they like would see people like throwing Zig Heils, but they weren't? And that's what I'm wondering, like some of this like augmented reality is doing is making people's brains see things that. Right.
Just like what we talked about, what the topic was supposed to be last week, that we touched on a little bit with the.
Can we go more into that? Because that's fascinating.
Yeah, implanting the ability of media, mass media as a whole, and I'm not just speaking of the news outlets. I'm speaking of the film industry, everything as a whole, implanting false memories. And I remember the term, the title now, Jim, very well, specialist factual programming. That is the official title of which would be a consulting position, I'm assuming. I mean, yeah, it's a consulting position. Basically on all movies that have any historical background, basis at all. I mean, it could be literally anecdotal, though. And they will and Diana Walsh-Pasulka takes a good amount of about the middle of American Cosmic to discuss this, and that's what blew my mind a little bit, and I hit up Recluse like, we got to talk about this. This is too much. And anyway, in it, she discusses the effects of what really blew my mind was discussing the effects of the VR experience and the coders, the guys that code VR. And she had a chance to interview one on basis of an anonymity, and the gentleman seemed like open in the beginning. The way I basically read, his was not transcript, but his words exactly were. It started out, with like the question and answer back and forth with Diana Walsh-Pasulka and then he was a little bit open, like talking about it, like, yeah, it's kind of weird, like being in that world, so many hours a day definitely takes a toll on you, and and she's like, well, you notice it taking a toll on like anything like memory, blah blah blah, like whatever. And you could feel the vibe reading it, and it gave me a chill, and I had to put the book down like that and be like, what the fuck. And he said, I have memories that I can't tell are if they happened in the VR world when I was messing around in there, or if it was real life. I literally can't tell. And you could feel the fear in that statement. I mean, it just jumped off the page and right into you. It was really, really riveting.
Sometimes I feel like that, where I'll have a dream and I'll remember it like a week later or something. And I'll be like, wait a second, did that happen when I was in high school, or was I dreaming about It's hard to tell sometimes.
Yep, that happens when you I'm not going to make any shit jokes because I'm not as quick-witted as I should be right now. Sorry, Jim.
The mind is a marvelous mechanism.
I like that. Hey, you got a spectacular vernacular there, brother. You're a stellar teller. Hey, don't Dolomite. I'll get Dolomite up in here. I will. I'll call him right
I don't even think I can't even qualify this as evil. It's just like, what?
Right.
What? I mean, I guess if there's consent, I mean, you consent to play a game.
And then people.
There you go. It's like existence.
Right. And then the plausible deniability is rampant. It's free flowing and whatever, and you get the NPCs, literally so bought in and not even able to question, no objective thought, nothing, no critical thinking skills, nothing. It's just This is how
Hypnotized.
why would they lie? Why would they lie to us? Like, what the fuck? How many examples do I need to give you for you, whether I'm coming across strong in the wrong way? Because we all have those moments. We've all had them where we're geeked about something and pissed off, and we've got to let people we care about know about this shit because we fucking care about them. So when we do that, and then we just have to remember, and to like, fuck, they don't give a shit, because if they did, we wouldn't be fucking. We wouldn't have to get loud or be so pushy about it. Yeah, it's weird.
You have to be careful though, because like, I remember telling my family all about. I was reading Zachariah Sitchin, and I told my all about it like back in 2009 or something. It was like pretty soon, like this like planet Nibiru is gonna be like coming close. Like really tall guys are gonna come, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, we used to be here. Now we want our stuff back." And like, you have to like stock up your pantry.
Yeah.
And then like my parents like
our gold, not our guns, our gold.
Listening, they're like, "Wow, you really put a lot of work into this." And I'm like, "Well."
You have loving parents.
Yeah,
for real, bro. I wish I
would. Jimmy.
Yeah. Man, I
love you.
Oh my God.
I was the same way, man. I thought aliens were coming, all kinds of craziness.
Yeah. So it's hard now after that to be like, like I know all that stuff I said about aliens that was gonna happen in 2012 happened, but this other stuff is true.
Right? Yeah. It is that absurd on the face of it. You know what I mean? It's goofy. And I still get made fun of like, what are you going to do? Go talk to aliens? I'm like, dude, I stopped researching that shit like fucking 3 years ago. And I haven't, like, I was mad at it because of them pushing the space narrative so hard that there was something wrong with that to me. That was a red flag. So I immediately was like, you know what? Fuck this. It's not about UFOs anymore. It's not about ETs. It's like whoever's, weaving the, who's ever pulling the strings or what have you, trying to get us to believe these things, or the masters of PR.
Controlling the narrative.
Yeah, exactly. And if it's true, it shouldn't have to be a narrative. So, I mean, I don't know. It's
the great and powerful Oz.
Yeah. Strikes again.
Somewhere the Pentagon doesn't seem much like a military arm anymore. They just seem like sorcerers.
Yeah.
They don't have to even probably fire a shot.
Is it because they're in a giant pentagon?
Right?
Exactly. Thank you.
Here's the disclosure. So, like, my grandfather was in the Pentagon. He was a colonel, high-ranking colonel for the Air Force.
Aquino? Oh, sorry.
So I'm not like a spooky person. Just to say.
Yeah, you don't
didn't tell me anything before he passed away, but he had the red phone and everything.
Who else got family members that are high-ranking military?
Yeah. My cousin is.
You're not the only one.
Good, so we're the ones that are right now.
We are being monitored by. Yeah, my cousin is. Yeah, hi Danny, or whatever you're.
We're all little Pentagon experiments.
It's possible.
I'll be a pentagram experiment just to piss somebody off. Anybody.
Here's your pentagram.
Yeah, right? Exactly. INRI, I'm nailed right in, right?
The true man.
You know that I literally, a little aside, but right on that, as I remember hanging out at my buddy's tattoo shop back when I was getting all kinds of tattoos, and I went up to Julio and I said, yo, what does, because, it was like new school to old school to, Sailor Jerry, that's that style, and the new school. And he had INRI above, whatever. And I said, what the hell does that even stand for? And he looked at my buddy Mario and like gave a little smirk and said, I'm nailed right in. And I was like, holy shit, that's amazing. That's so brilliant. Like, that's just
I'm nailed right in.
I'm nailed right in. Like, dude, it's so good. So feel free to use that because I haven't heard anybody use it besides Julio. What up, Julio? Like you are ever gonna hear this. But yeah, it's just so much. And yeah, my cousin really is in the CIA. I don't know why I'm saying that, but I don't. Like it's
You're not
legit.
gonna be
He's
staying
a
much
company
longer.
man, huh?
No,
Man.
yeah,
And
he's not that type of dude though. He's awesome. And I remember when I found out he was in the CIA, he was first a dropout. Sorry, Danny. He was a dropout at like college, just didn't give a shit. Went to like seminary. He was doing his thing, searching it out, trying to figure out what it was about. And then he ended up like just snap one day, enrolls in Ole Miss. Then he's like, I'm going to go to law school. Graduates literally top of his class at Ole Miss Law School, becomes a JAG lawyer for the Navy. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, and my grandmother's all proud, and she should be, whatever, bless her heart. And not in the southern shitty way. And basically, I'll never forget her joy, when he got that gig. And then about a year or two later, I moved back from Austin, and I come down to visit my mom here, and Danny's sitting on the couch. And at this juncture, this is about 06, about 06, and I'm pretty up on weird shit still at that time because paranormal had always drawn me into things. So I was already, fully into just weirdness, all things. And I said to him, and especially the 9/11 fuckery, that was still burning really, really, just, I was on fire with that shit at that time. And I remember saying, so you're in the CIA now, huh? He's like, yep. I was like, I'm guessing that's all you can say. He's like, yep. And he's like, so short about it. But I was like, so what I was like, I'm guessing you're not pushing paper, like you're not a desk jockey. He's like, no, I'm in the field. And I was like, cool, that's got to be crazy. He's like, it's really not that crazy. And it's, he insinuated that it's off. He insinuated that he may, I can't put words into his mouth. And I really don't want, I need to be careful, I guess, a little bit, I want to respect him. We don't need anything coming down on us. Lord knows. I'm just saying, I felt like he was kind of wink, nudge me. What did I get myself into? And I can't get myself out of it. Like, that's the vibe I got. And in hindsight, it felt that way. I haven't seen him since. He's got, family and all that whatnot, right near Quantico there. And yeah, it's weird. I joke about my mom and be like, she'll say, Danny, I mean, do you even know his name isn't Danny? I guarantee you he's got 5 other names. She's like, yeah, right. Yeah. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm just crazy, which I am. But
crazy's good. Sanity's bad.
Yeah. Conform. Yeah. When I ordered my COC shirt, dude, I had a Deliverance shirt in freshman year of high school. I was very, very proud of that shirt. It was way too big for me. Anyway, I remember I'm corrosive conformity. Of course you'd wear something. You can't be normal. I was like, why would what? Like, I remember like, what do you want to be the machine? The part, you want to be a cog in the retard fucking brigade machine thing? I don't fucking know. It's fucking 12:22 and I slept an hour last night and maybe an hour the night, or no hour the night before. So my brain.
I don't know. I hope your cousin's okay, dude. That sucks. How many people have walked into that and never walked out? I got family members.
Yeah, man.
They're living on mountaintops, isolated now. Like, I don't want anything to do with anybody.
Right, especially, and think of, I worry because his kid, he's got kids and a number of them, he's got a full family. So it's like, I just, it's just a weird predicament. I can't obviously get too into personal.
What are the good institutions left in our society? Are there any?
Is a great question, actually. That's a really who's fighting?
Is it all corrupt? Is it all just is this like the phase of some alchemical experiment where we really are going into a whole new age?
The great experiment. It's America, and clearly it's a designed experiment. I can't wait to get James Shelby. I got James Shelby down here The what is it? What is it called? You know what I'm talking about? The life.
Carnival of Life and Death.
Yeah, yes. And SB posts that when I made a Braintree comment joke. Greg, you know what I'm talking about, right? The Braintree. Did you just say Braintree? The city, because
we're Noel.
Yeah, and then it's hilarious because then SB posted the cover of that book, Carnival of Blood, and said, "You did not just say Braintree," and I could not believe he'd done that because literally 5 or 6 hours prior, I placed an Amazon order, and guess what book was in my queue? Still in December 8th. Yeah, and I took a screenshot to prove it. I'm like, this just isn't gonna stop. It's just gonna keep getting stronger and stronger, and I love it. It's beautiful.
I think our only hope, the path to be an individual is really what it is. It's the only good institution left is to be you.
Yeah.
Sovereign.
Yep.
I don't know about sovereign, but I know about individually.
Yeah, sovereignty is out the window. I think we have to kind of come to terms with that because otherwise it's like dying on a hill that we should.
I don't mean necessarily political sovereignty, but of your mind. Don't.
Yeah.
Right. Don't open your mind up to be influenced by a box of spells. Don't.
Gubernary Mente. You're like, hear that? Government is mind control? Yeah. What about self-governing? Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Control my own mind? Is that, this being an individual?
I don't think I have the power for that. I don't think I have I'm not a good leader. Like, I'm not good at this. I need someone tell, where do I go? Tell me what to do. I can't make up my mind.
Like, I don't know. We go off into tangents in it, but I think we're trying to spend a lot of time trying to comprehend all this stuff, stay grounded, that middle pillar, all that good stuff. And
do the ritual too. Don't be afraid. Like, I don't do the LBRP. I don't need to. I don't want to. But the middle pillar is something that I've practiced. I haven't been doing it as recently, but I would vibrate those, Elohim, El Shaddai, all that stuff, and do the whole damn thing. Right. And I didn't care. And in front of my ex-wife, like in the other room, I did not care. It's just like, look, she was hip to Sage. She knew it was, she knows what's up. She's seeing holistic doctors when I met her in Austin, she knows what's going on. So she was like, yeah, do your thing. Get the negative juju out of here. Because it's everywhere. So she knew,
darn it.
She knows what's up. She knows what's up. But I can't give my ex-wife too much credit and talk about her any more than I already have in any episode of the show. So that's the end of that. Never again. Yeah. Shut up now. Again.
I got some research to do.
What do you think?
I don't know, man. That's the one thing I cannot to keep a middle pillar on this. Back to what Recluse is really well educated on. Done some good research. I had no idea. Like, where do we go from here? Is this reset? Like, is this going to be every day for everybody? Are we all gang stalk now and living in some delusion created by?
Yeah.
Well, to some extent, yeah. That's something I've really been getting into a lot lately, like on the podcast and some of the stuff I'm working on. But effectively, consensus reality is breaking down now. The world that we grew up in as kids is not coming back. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's
insane.
Good.
It's insane, the subjectiveness of reality now. It's just like. Remember when you were a kid and the floor was hot lava? Like, don't step on the floor.
Yeah.
You gotta jump from the couch to the chair. It's
in
fun.
the mall, on the tile, in my mall, the brown tiles, you could stay on the orange ones. Yeah, that was the 80s.
There's like a whole world of invisible perils. Like hot lava over here. There's like arrows on the ground and people are gonna glare at you if you're not walking the way the arrow points at the grocery store. Like,
that's whack. At Walmart, they're like, shop this way, like, and then I get fucking like Aerosmith and Run DMC stuck in my head, and I'm like, fuck you, I never want to hear that, man. You assholes, you did that on purpose. Like, no, I'm not. I'm purposely going to go wrong way, I'll play chicken all day.
Objective reality. God, it sounds like death.
Yeah.
Sounds like some nightmare.
And this goes back to the specialist factual programming kind of aspect where it doesn't.
I mean, it's only going to get worse with the rise of like virtual reality and stuff like that. I mean,
it's here. It's here.
I mean, it's really just, you know, I mean, it had been an ongoing process. I mean, to some extent, it kind of emerged, you know, from the 80s counterculture. Yeah, which, I mean, all of that stuff was kind of part of the milieu too. I mean, a lot of that came out of Silicon Valley, where, I mean, the same thing with the transhumanist movement and all this other stuff. But yeah, I mean, it kind of came out of that whole milieu, essentially, this whole notion that you could manipulate reality. I mean, this kind of, influence from like Discordianism and that type of thing.
Yep.
And yes, now though, I mean, it's been merged with the rise of digital communications, the internet, and now we're going to see it going even further with virtual reality, with AI, with all this other stuff. I mean, yeah, it's just you know, I mean, think of it like 40 or something years ago. I mean, there were 5 or 6 TV stations, a couple of like major newspapers. I mean, it was easy to control official narratives back then. I mean, a handful of radio stations. I mean, now it's just, you know, it's everything all the time. And then, I mean, in the case of like the legacy media, for instance, I mean, Russiagate is like one of the most ridiculous conspiracy theories imaginable. I mean, it almost like makes Alex Jones look reasonable by comparison.
Totally.
You know, which only adds to like the further unreality of everything. I mean, it's just like, you know, to see like Rachel Maddows or somebody like that who's supposed to be a reputable journalist peddle this dog shit. I mean,
dude, those were I remember watching her just to see the what they were gonna try to pull out of their ass or what she was gonna pull out of her raw cooter. But and I remember it being so elaborate, like it was so convoluted. It was like an episode of Mr. Show, like that one. I don't know if all of you are familiar with Mr. Show with Bob Odenkirk and David Cross, one of the greatest shows ever. And fuck, man, it's just as relevant like Idiocracy today, and that was the early freaking 90s, guys. I still love Sarah Silverman because of that. I'll get off of it now. But
on DVD.
Yeah, I own them all. Like, we can all quote them. But the thing is, it's like the convoluted. I'll never forget. It was one of the great. Obviously, their segues, you know, were the greatest things ever. So it was like a segue, and it was the convoluted news network. And
What's
it was, huh?
What's a segue? I'm just sorry.
One of those scooters, bruh. Like this is the 21st century. Like,
Segway's an asshole.
Yeah, an unlubed asshole.
Stairway to the stars.
Wait, what? Gross, dude. Gross.
I'm saving the planet.
Yeah.
I'm saving the planet.
Sanctimonious.
And
I like to smell my own farts.
Yeah.
Everyone on this has a segue should be murdered when the calling happens. I'm just saying. I'm throwing it out there first. They will shoot.
When the calling.
It's coming.
Just
It's coming.
brandish the 1911 while you're at it, bro. Come on. Can we get it pointed up in my fucking face right now? No.
This whole thing is a litmus test. There's a lot of people that failed. They're gonna die. This is really honest.
So you're owning up to your demise then, right here, right now.
My demise? No, I'm gonna be fine.
You guys want to hear? Okay, you want to hear some
yes.
Conscious reality versus this is in subjective reality. This is something that I experienced. I think in 2015. I was the Stephen King book was made into a movie called The Cell. Are you aware of it?
Jennifer Lopez?
Yeah, about the dreams.
No, not that one.
Oh, not that one.
It's called actually not The Cell. It's called Cell.
About a phone. Yeah, I read that book.
Wait, is that
Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember the book, but I never read it.
Is that the? Wait, am I confusing this? I just want to get clarity here. Is that the? That's not the movie with the phone booth. What the fuck was that?
No, that was
Gay as AIDS.
shoot, it was like Colin Farrell or something like that. Was in
Yeah.
Wasn't it called Phone Booth?
I think it was. Yeah, just called.
No,
like,
not that one.
I know. Thank God. What a corn dick.
Here's the movie. It's got Samuel Jackson and the one 80s star guy. Anyway, so a phone call is put out, and everyone who answers the phone turns into this crazy zombie, right? So, and this movie was in theaters. I forget line. I got it off the computer while it was still in theaters. It had the camera version. And I'm watching this thing, and I'm like, what the hell, Cell? I thought it was some stupid, corny movie. I knew a book was written about it, so I watched it. And it got really dark at the end. There's some, Stephen King, kind of like, The Stand, the dark character, same thing.
Sure.
And anyway, it's called the pulse attack. That's what everybody in the book and in the film calls that cell phone call. It's called the pulse attack. And I literally ended the movie. I'm like, what the fuck did I just watch? At the end, they're doing the whole, what's the holy place for the Muslims?
Mecca.
The acute. Yeah,
Oh,
Mecca. And in the end, they're doing this whole Mecca thing. All these zombies circling a cell phone tower.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm like, what? You know how we are. Anyway, I turned it off. I'm like, man.
The Kaaba.
What? Huh?
The Kaaba stone. That's what it is.
The Kaaba stone. So same thing. That's how he ends it. And I go right to YouTube, and guess what's happening right then? And it's the Pulse nightclub attack is going on. And I had this experience. I'm like, what? Pulse nightclub attack? What the fuck is going on here? It fucked up my reality.
Yep.
They're circling.
So I got caught in this weird moment. I mean, it really messed me up for a couple of days. I was like, what is
that is a thing.
Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Oh, I just was agreeing that's a pretty big synchronicity.
Well, they have the same concept in the Kingsman, right? When he goes in the church and everyone gets the cell phone signal and they all start killing each other. Like
they all get that, and they're like, "It's going down, ain't it?" All right. And
well, do you guys remember the AT&T long distance ads in like the 80s, where like people always talked about it, how like you'd watch these long distance commercials and you'd cry.
Families, yeah, like
everybody would cry, and I think that they were testing pulse in that commercial to try to like work on
Clockwork Orange style, yeah, in an opposite way, because like that's trauma. This is another form of not forcing, but
inducing the emotional state.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, what I was trying to describe was the consensus reality. Like we said, we all agree upon something, but I'm watching this and I've got Pulse nightclub on my mind, and I jump to YouTube and they're trying to show me something that's really happening. But how could that be real when I just came off a movie on the same thing? And we all know that thing was dirty. That was another
rigging all over, yeah.
And so if this has happened, this occurred to me, this is happening to people all the time. They can't tell.
Well, I think a lot of things too now is with the algorithms and all the spyware, like it's causing like artificial synchronicities, because you're just getting
careful.
Well, they even now have that app Randonautica, which is designed specifically to help people generate synchronicities.
Oh, interesting.
Randonautica?
Yeah,
Randonautica.
Oh, great, rando nodding.
Yeah, it was actually released on February 23rd. Of course, you've got the 23 Enigma reference there, but also 223.
223, yep.
Yeah.
You got a million things going, and Nick Hinton started it, right? Was it? He's the figurehead, at least. Something
like that, but yeah,
he's a kid.
Strange. I was actually doing that over Thanksgiving.
I've done it a couple times, and it'll send me to like a farm, middle of a like church parking lot down, about half a mile down the road.
Wait, how does this work? Is this the app?
Coordinates. Okay, so you download the app. It's called Randonautica. You download the app. And it's based on, I believe it's based on quantum computing, where I could be wrong, but it's based on some advanced, really crazy algorithm type, whatever, and you give it your coordinates essentially, and you can put like a sentence in or like an intent in kind of thing into the box, and then you hit the button and you essentially it'll go, you know what I mean? It'll just do its thing, and like it's fucking
Beep boop bop boop beep 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 bop.
exactly. Bop, bop, beep, boop, bop.
It generates synchronicities.
28K modem.
No.
And then it rips through, finally gets connected, and then it'll ping a spot for you, and you then have a certain amount of time to get there. It's not like that where the clock is ticking. You gotta get there, like Great Race stuff. It's like just at your own
That's
pace.
like Pokemon Go on crack.
Yes.
Yeah, you keep your dirty hands off my synchronicity powers.
Yeah.
So then so after you've entered this information and essentially put it into the universe, and I don't mean, well, both this reality and the artificial,
into the Borg reality.
For real.
enter the crypto technocracy. Anyway, but yeah, I think and then you go to whatever, and possibly you'll get a sign like whatever. And there's countless because you're encouraged to take a photo when you go to the spot, right? To doc, obviously for posterity, and to prove that there's power behind this, not just artificial intelligence. So it's a fascinating app, but you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, it feels like some Palantir, Cambridge Analytica shit. But it probably isn't. It's just that's my conspiratorial psycho.
Did you say what's the place it told you to go?
Yeah. Yep.
What? Why? Don't do that.
No. I know the place. I mean, like I know it, like, but I just haven't been there specifically at that moment.
Did you do this?
Huh?
Did you download the app and do?
Oh yeah, I have the app. Yeah, it's free.
So what happened when you went out there?
It was the parking lot, and nothing struck me because I was just kind of testing it out. So I really didn't put any real. I didn't put any real, will, whatever you want to call it, intent. I don't, whatever you term it, whatever you deem is the proper terminology here. But yeah, I didn't have anything behind it. It was just kind of I want to see what this app's about and what these people were talking about, and I want to see if there's anything to it. And I didn't get that question. Yeah.
It seems like it's a way to coordinate, like with, the Internet of Things or something.
Yeah.
To like gather data on you for some reason.
That's what I mean.
Why you'd have to go to some place, but
you had me go to the middle of a fucking farm field area.
Hey,
where I used to ride BMX. Like it was ATV trails. Like
that were programmer somewhere going. I don't know. That's
download it, man. It's gonna hurt. It's like me reading clock shavings. I gotta have spiritual defense. We all do when we read that shit.
So me? Sorry, go ahead.
What?
I was just gonna say, me and my wife used to do a game similar to that when anytime we go to San Francisco, it's a synchronicity game, and so you start off, especially San Francisco works well because it's like a smaller city, and you just go out in the middle wherever you're at, and you wait for something weird, like a weird person generally, and then you just follow them. So it has to be like some sort of indicator on this person, and you follow them until another weird thing happens, and you follow that, and you just keep on going until you end up where you're going. And last time we played it, we did that until we ended up in this weird, obscure bookshop, and like right when we walked in, there was these old books of Aleister Crowley, like in the middle of the,
of course,
in the middle of where the guy was standing. and I found like an old copy of an Illuminatus trilogy and bought that. But like, there was other weird shit that happened, but I didn't need a computer for that. Just
yeah, right.
Yeah.
That sounds way more fun than having some.
Yeah,
quantum.
but kids today don't want to go through that whole process. I mean,
Right.
why do that when you can just get the app,
Right. Which is taking something away. I mean,
oh yeah,
synchronicity is initiation.
Exactly. Thank you. Nailed it.
Holy crap, man.
To the cross.
That's true. And it's not initiation by any earthly
right
manifestation of intelligence that we can see.
Might be
right. And it's not the hidden hand that's spoken of either. It could be, I suppose. It could be the proverbial hidden hand. No, it's not the proverbial hidden hand.
I think the intelligence of the universe, like that place where you tap into when you dream up an
mind
problem.
The panpsychism, the ether. I guess that's
the Akashic record, they call it.
Yeah.
But I think more of an interactive thing, like asking you shall receive from this God sort of brain area, I think.
Yeah, it's malleable. I feel like I've
nice, Jim.
Certain, yeah.
Well, it's every you have a problem, you're like, I'm gonna sleep on it, and then you have this incredible dream that you may or may not remember, and it totally tells you exactly what you need to do, and then you do it the next day, and it totally works.
You got to crack the code first, though. The cipher, you got to have a cipher for the dream. But
you just have to be aware and let yourself go there.
Right.
And
yeah,
but you block it out because it seems
absurd. Absurd.
Yeah. I had a babysitter when I was little. She was like this old lady that lived next door. And she used to brag about how she could always get up at the time she wanted to, and she never had an alarm clock. And all she would do is she lay in bed, go to sleep, and she'd repeat 6:19, 6:19, 6:19, and then she would go to, and then she'd pop up out of bed at 6:19 a.m. the next day.
It works. I've done that.
You guys want to know how I met my biological father?
Oh
yeah.
This pertains to what we're talking about. This is what. So I skipped school in 8th grade. Me and 3 of my other friends, who only 2 of us are alive. 5 of us. Anyway, we skipped school, smoked a joint at a spot that I used to climb, this cliff at this state park, overlooked the river. And, we couldn't be seen. We're just being kids. But I really wanted to go there. And my buddies said, you know what, just go. And we skipped school, went up there, rolled our joint, and we heard this moaning from down at the railroad tracks, which was about 450 feet down the cliff. It was a straight drop off. And this is back to where I feel like I live movies. It was like The Stand, dude. Anyhow, we found this kid who jumped off the cliff. And we rescued him. So we climbed on the cliff, did all this stuff. I'm going to skip all that. But it put me in an ICU room with this young man where, full body cast, everything. He should be dead. But my biological father was ICU nurse at BJC Hospital. And there I am standing next to my biological father, me and him.
That's shit.
Synchronicity. That's the stuff that they're fucking with when you play those kinds of games, those apps. Do you see how many now all those events are being manipulated and stopped from happening?
See, and I mean, I saw this interview with Joseph Matheny, who was one of the main creators of Ong's Hat, the first ARG. And Matheny was saying that the Navy had actually approached him back in 1999, 2000 to see if he would help them study the synchronicities that Ong's Hat was generating. So this was like a thing that they were already interested in, almost like 2 decades ago.
With the size that adds up. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
They also did a lot of research like on memes and that type of thing too, around like 2007, 2008, like right around the rise of social media as well.
Jesus.
Yeah. And that's also touched on in American Cosmic too, she definitely touches on the memes. I mean, guys, if there's one thing I can recommend to each and every one of you besides Steve, because I think you own it, but guys, grab a copy if it's not expensive. I know we're all tight with money right now. It's tough, but like, American Cosmic by Diana Wells Pasulka. It's not too big of a book, but it really is. You think it's just a UFO book, right, or whatever, but no, it is like, it's mind blowing and mind boggling, and it's just crazy. The shit that the directions that she goes and how she ties these things, these threads together. It's wild, and it's so frightening. Honestly, it's like I remember I had that experience with Communion. The first time I read Communion, I think,
Oh God,
2014. Yeah, that's how long it took me. I read the Key first, the Master of the Key, before I read Communion. Don't ask. But anyway, I remember reading Communion, and I remember about halfway, 3/4, and getting so creeped out by nothing in particular. I can't put my finger on any one thing that made me go, fuck, I closed the book and put it down for a couple of days. But I had this disgusting, sick feeling. And I still to this day can't put my finger on what it was that made me have that feeling. Probably the book itself. No, I am a fan. I like Whitley Strieber. I don't know why, but I do. But anyway, it made me literally close the book down, shut it, put it down in the kitchen. I remember exactly like it was yesterday. And going, shit, and just being nervous, having anxiety like I haven't had since probably like 2012 when I kicked dope or methadone and Xanax at the same time. Seizures aplenty. They were awful, but regardless, I haven't had anxiety or panic attacks at all. Nothing since Communion gave it to me for I don't even know what reason. I really don't. But that sensation was absolutely just frightening. But the American Cosmic gave me a similar sensation, but it wasn't as like anxiety inducing, I suppose.
This is a UFO book. This is like case study, or
no, it's more about like how ufology is kind of transforming into a religion, essentially,
and has been. You could with cult like shit. This is the book, America.
Okay.
And she was actually the first guest one of the first people I reached out to be a guest on the show, and I hadn't read the book. I just knew the stories and heard her on other shows and kind of put a bunch of things together. I was like, this shit is fucking fascinating. And I reached out to her. She hit me back incredibly quickly because we'd already been friends on Facebook. And she said, in my asking her to come on the show, I said, I won't ask one question about Tyler. Tyler's this figure in the. I think we talked about him last week. But she said immediate, like, she goes, I'm in. Based on that pitch alone, count me in. I love the name of the show as well. Just let's set up a date. And then I said, well, I feel bad, but I haven't even read American Cosmic. Like I just know this, I know what friends have told me and blah, blah, blah. And it's fascinating. And I plan on, I was like, can I buy it from you? And she's like, here, sent me, she's like, I still have the the author manuscript. Here it is, PDF. I hope that's okay. I was like, sure. I can't read on screen, so.
So you have an interview with her on the earliest interview?
Now, Recluse and I have talked about this off on the phone and whatever. Like, she's a fucking weirdo, man.
So was she again? Like, what's her? You said she was a.
She's the head of religious studies department at UNC Wilmington.
And she just so it's her thesis that UFO culture is becoming a religion.
Her initial thesis. I don't even think she's a doctor.
I'm just confused, like why she wrote the book and.
She was involved. If I've studied Jacques Vallée, I've read almost all of his books, and I'm a huge fan of Jacques Vallée and his work, because he refused to nail any one thing down. You know what I mean? He leaves it open because it should be left that way. The phenomenons, and basically, she in 2012 saw I don't know if somebody turned her onto it or what, but noticed that the Corey Goods, the David Wilcox, the blue chicken cult thing, that was picking up a lot of steam, especially with the Ancient Alien shit going down,
Mm-hmm.
So that created a whole, subculture, whatever you want to call it, of, Q-tards. I'll just lump them in with those people. I could be rude.
Yeah.
It might not be. I don't really care. But yeah, I think so. She decided to tackle, but the Invisible College. If for those that don't know what that is, that's Jacques Vallée wrote a book called The Invisible College, which is basically the premise is the Invisible College exists, and it's a group of scientists and well-known researchers and what have you that would never. It's like Fight Club. They can't. They're fascinated by UFOs, but they never speak of it because of the stigma and the quackery and kookery surrounding it. But they still went at it hard as hell. And
I love the Invisible College woodcut. Have you guys seen that? It's like an old woodcut from like the 1800s or something. And there's like this. It's like a castle, but it's like, I think it's like rolling around on big wagon wheels or something.
It's called that though.
It's the Invisible College. Like there was a mystery called the Invisible College.
I'm gonna get it up for us. The Invisible College.
Pretty sure it looks like a big. I almost sculpted it one time during a show.
So I should type in the Invisible College. What else should I put after that?
If that's what it's called. I think that's what it's called, but
woodcut. It's a woodcut.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, I'm checking it out.
I'll have to look and see.
There's an art 1618 engraving from Theophilus Schweig.
That sounds about right.
Schweigart Constantine's alchemical treatise. Okay, here, I think I found it. But this looks... Whoa, sorry for the...
Can you put it on screen there?
Yeah.
I was going to sculpt it one time during an RX Only Picture show, but I sculpted Met with the two chains pulling down the sun and the moon. Neat.
Alice in 2 Chainz? They're my favorite band. Sorry. I gotta make shitty jokes when I can. Okay, this is what I'm seeing. Is it like a brick?
Yeah.
Okay, this is it then. Here we go.
Maybe it's floating. I forget. You have to show it.
It's got wings.
Yeah.
A better image here. I know now that I know the name. Okay, so. And then also 1645 to 1658, we have the Invisible College was based on Francis Bacon's principles. That knowledge is ... And then, hold on, I'm getting to it. Wow, this is a fascinating article or write-up about this stuff. But okay,
screen share the image.
Yeah, I'm trying to locate it. It's not even on this page, but
I hate when you do that.
Yeah, I know.
It's like looking up a recipe. I was looking for recipes this week for Thanksgiving, and you gotta scroll through 5 or 6 pages to get like Thanksgiving is a wonderful holiday.
Yeah, right.
Blah, 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 blah. And you're like, dang. What? I just want to know what I have to buy and how long.
I didn't and then you also get the fuck it, you're indigenous and I'm Native American, so whatever, I don't give a shit. You got them going, I don't celebrate this day for a number of reasons, and I'm like, okay, fuck you. What you've been told is bullshit too. So whatever, doesn't matter. Sorry, Alyssa. Yeah, let's see. Here we go. This is a good one. Okay, so this is quite the this is wild. Okay, now let me get to this share.
You're a master of suspense, Mr. Barsky.
Thank you, Shia. Thank you, Shia.
Just get the fucking picture up. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. There it is. All right, jerks.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, let her rip.
That's cool.
Remember that movie? There's a movie where moving castle, and also modern. It's called.
Was it a prolapse asshole, or are we talking just standard puckered? Sorry. I'm sorry, my jokes are just tasteless.
Yeah, there's the invisible college. See, it's invisible because it moves around so much.
Huh.
And look at these look at these Jew fucking words up here. Man, someone would be proud. I'm sure some evangelical, some Assemblies of God pastor would be very proud.
Oh, Don.
Isn't that God's name that you can't say?
Oh, that's right.
Yava. I'm sorry, I'm retarded.
I could say God's name, Odin. There.
Zeus.
All right.
Yeah. No, Barsky. Shut the fuck up.
The Tetragrammatron or whatever.
Yeah, Tetragrammatron, man. What's up with your boy? What's up with your Archangel? What's up with your boy Michael? What's up with Metatron? What's up with your homie Metatron?
Metatron.
That's my dude. That is my guy, literally.
That's Carlos Santana. He
I love Rob Thomas.
Metatron.
I love that song. Give me your heart.
Are we talking about Santana now? No. We're gonna do 15 minutes on Santana.
You got 15 minutes. You got a heart out in 15 minutes. Cool. Got it. Sorry.
Remember that song you did to Rob Thompson? That was really good.
I love Rob Thompson and Matchbox 33.
Come on, man.
Matchbox 90.
The Everlast collaboration was way better, dude.
Dude.
Put your lights on or shine your lights on.
Dude, what's that Everlast song? How does it go? How does that one hit? Holy diver, I'm a survivor. Feeling like De Niro in Taxi Driver. Judgment Night soundtrack is fucking legendary.
That was like when he was with that hip hop outfit, though. I think.
Yeah, that was Helmet and House of Pain.
Yeah. And then he went solo. There was what was it? What It's Like. That was the other.
That's
I think
the one.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one thing that just went by the wayside was like a good movie soundtrack. You know.
Oh, tell me about it. That was literally, I will fight anybody on Judgment Night being top 3 greatest soundtracks.
It's just like, I think it's probably with how music turned when it went digital. That just like, no one listens to full albums. Not no one, but like, the masses, there's like, they like their one track of whatever. And
well, yeah, that's why the Billboard charts exist and shit like that. But I think that's dying with the music industry, but now they've got their power back because of the COVID, and it's just true. I've given my theory multiple times on the show about what the industry didn't go away. This is their chance to seize it, make everything like a House of Blues with Ticketmaster type situation. Therefore, the underground bands, it gives them power back again. Because
they need to do like speakeasy stuff. Is like have underground shows. No, like I don't need your fucking papers or vaccines. Fuck off.
Exactly.
Get fucking sweaty and fucking beat on each other.
We all know how a packed rock and roll doesn't matter what kind of show. We all know how it smells when it's packed and there's 1,000 people in there.
Yeah.
Rank.
See, well, that's why they had to shuttle all these things down, because I think
it smells like buttholes is what it's.
But they don't want anyone's like fields crossing and getting ideas.
Our theory or fields.
Or like the
3 feet.
Yeah, the whole also like the third mind idea where two minds get together and the third thing.
Yeah, that creates that's the tritone thing. It's the same thing.
Right.
Exactly.
It's a torus field. It's real.
Yeah, it's very real.
Whatever we call it, that we just know there's a thing, and they don't want that.
What's this thing about brains? Or just back up for like seconds, I guess. You were saying something about like two brains or 3 brains.
Oh yeah, it's like the third. It's called, I think, the third mind. So like when 2 people get together, they can create like I don't know if it's like an egregore or whatever.
Same technology modality.
Oh yeah. Or a group of people can create like a collective gregor. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and also, Jim, you're a musician.
Like the chat.
You can look at it as a
show.
Well, not a poly, but a tritone would be, you get the you get that. Huh?
Isn't a dial tone a tritone, or is it a dual tone?
A good question. I might.
Sorry,
the tone was the devil's tone.
That was good. I'm glad you just
sharp and B flat or something, or F.
Are we talking about the brown chord?
The brown note.
That is real. That is real. I experienced it once.
Get your pants.
Brown note.
It's
real.
It's real.
Get your pants hard.
It's real.
No, I'm serious. Like I was working outside, or I was on a break. I was trying to film. This is serious. I was trying to film a UFO, and the second I started doing it, I needed to immediately shit my pants.
Are you serious?
I believe knows me.
It was there's the observer effect. There's the third brain right there. You got the Holy Trinity. I mean, Dark Triad.
It's not even a joke. That actually happened. Like I almost shit my pants when I was trying to videotape a UFO.
Wow.
Almost. Come on.
A little came out. A little squirt.
Was this in 2017?
Yeah. October.
No, I think it was a little bit before then, but I've had a lot of stuff like that. That was just one of the weirder things. I had I think I had a TR-3B fly over me out in the mountains.
You got IBS.
I've seen one of those.
Yeah. It was something like that. It was. I thought it was a helicopter at first. I was like, "Oh, that's not a helicopter," and it was really low. And
what's a
helicopters don't
boomerang?
Well, it had halogen lights, and it was very bright. And I was like, "What is that?" And it didn't make a sound.
Right.
And I was with two other dudes, and one of them denied seeing anything. He was like, "Nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about." We're like, "What?"
Wait, stop. Hold up. Pause. Did this dude? Was he in denial, or was he?
He was. Well, he was extremely Christian, so I don't know if it just didn't compute.
Okay, that's all I don't want to be that. I don't want to write shit off that quickly, but
yeah,
that's all you kind of need to say.
Casey, FaceTime video.
Do it. I love it. Let's get this video rolling. Whatever that was.
That's interesting to note, Greg, because that was my experience when I saw the TR-3B. I was trying everything I could to reject it out of my mind.
Oh, keep going, guys. I'm sorry. I'm talking.
That's all. But I didn't shit my pants though.
So this thing was like flying maybe 100 feet over our heads. It was terrifying. Like, and then it zipped off like because there's this mountain range called Peavine, and we were deep in there smoking weed when it was prohibition. It was nice and scary here. Like we were really good old boys here. Like, well, what you doing here? Now, like these kids have it so good now, and like I fucking hate them.
Don't they? Media all up in their faces, and they're like fucking depressed and all. I
know. I'm just saying they didn't have to go through the shitty like I'm gonna meet a guy in the middle of nowhere or in a parking lot and hope a cop doesn't roll. That kind of thing. And then
you're trying to suck another dude off, dude. I heard your story. I read your diary. I didn't mean to bust you.
That didn't happen.
Got any dope on you? No, officer. Oh, what's this?
Code. That's code. Hey, we can't be busting out code, man. Yeah, I like cheese pizza too, but come on. I mean, legitimate cheese pizza. That is not funny. Mole kids are real.
You live in the Emerald Triangle, Greg?
The Emerald Triangle. Well, there is a Bermuda Triangle here in Nevada. Like it's like a mountain range. They say it's like a wind tunnel, but anytime a plane goes over it, it crashes or planes will crash. And then we have a lake called Pyramid Lake, which has all kinds of weird shit.
Like Crater Lake.
Well, it's native land, and there's a pyramid in the center. It's just like a rock formation, but no one knows the bottom of it, and like a lot of people die in it. Planes have crashed in it, like F-16s crashed in it before.
What?
And I actually, like it's a very strange place. I actually had a weird hallucination there once, when I was really little, but that's another story.
So
we gotta talk to
you. Under the influence.
They have these like myths about water babies, and it actually has to do with a siren, which I wanted to talk to Chris about because I found that out later on that there was this old myth of the lake. There's the woman that got drowned and she turned to a siren basically, and like
we have the same one in Michigan. Yeah.
So
where are you at? Like, can you give me a general area?
Yeah, I'm in Reno, Nevada.
Damn it, Greg.
Dude, I was there one day this summer. Holy crap, you're in Reno.
Yeah, it's quite different right now. It's basically Berkeley. It turned into Berkeley the last like 10 years.
That sucks.
And
I
especially
was there
the 8
one
months.
night, and I ended up with a naked woman in my room.
That's common.
Never. That happened to me in Portland. Like every night I was visiting.
Poor girl.
Yeah.
Reno's very strange.
Yes.
There's like a lot of it's like haunted. There's been a lot of trauma here. Let's just say.
Man, whatever. I don't haunting.
I mean, it's haunted everywhere, but
lost me now. I don't believe in any of this woo haunting shit.
Okay. I've seen some shit. But I won't go into that.
Go into it, dude. This is why you do this.
I just lived in a haunted apartment once, and there was stuff that happened that was very weird.
Oh yeah. I don't mean to sound like a smartass, but yep, I've had 16 years old. I've got a really crazy experience where I witnessed I feel like she was 10 or 11 years old, blonde girl. She was translucent. I didn't see color. It was like gray. And we were recording I was in a band at the time, and blah blah blah. I was my guitar player's basement, and he's a Thai Buddhist. His name's Augustine. What's up, Augustine? And he had always mentioned, and mind you, this where he lived was literally like Native American burial mounds were known to have been there, and it was desecrated, and people were pissed off when the subdivision was built. And anyway, Augustine had mentioned he didn't even know about the Native American nonsense, Indian, whatever. And he had always mentioned there's something wrong. There's weird shit going on in my little brother's room. And I was like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, he's like, there's cold spots. It doesn't make sense. He's like 3 years old, and he freaks out in the middle of the night, like freaking out, seeing shit, like, and he wouldn't tell me. He would never be specific about what it was that his little brother was seeing. And I know he saw it too, because he like slipped up one time, but he's one of those cats that, closed, just a closed book. He just doesn't, if he's going to tell you something, you can't pry it out of him. He'll just let it rip. But anyway, so he's super kind of cryptic and weird about this weird presence at this house. And anyway, I kept that in the back. I didn't keep it in the back of my head. Whatever. We're writing new songs and we're recording a demo. And we were up so late. So he was passed on the couch in the basement right next to me, and I was on the floor, and we were opposites head to foot, if you know what I'm saying. But I was on the floor, he was on the couch. And the TV was like flickering in the background, and then it went off because the sleep timer was on. And I remember just being like, I can't fucking sleep. And I remember for some reason, something drew me to look towards the door to go upstairs from the basement, because it was like remodeled, refinished, half refinished. The other half was where we rehearsed, where it was just all exposed, everything. So anyway, I'm looking at the door to go upstairs, and there's a light switch obviously right next to the door, and the door was closed, and I see a little girl, blonde, with a raincoat, what looked to be a raincoat hood, because I could see the sheen, the shine, from it, and hunched over like this underneath the light switch. I'm gonna get off the screen share. Hunched over like this underneath the light switch, like looking not directly at me, but like, you know what I mean, like looking in my general vicinity, and almost like aware. There was a moment there where there was some communication, right? It wasn't intentional by me, but I was like, what the and I literally thought I was mind you guys, I was straight edge at the time. Like I was a straight edge metalcore band. And so there's no substances involved here or anything. 16 years old. I shook it off, opened my eyes, like, yeah, right. This ain't gonna be here. Still there. Augustine was sound asleep. I started just rapping on his leg. It's like, Augustine. And he's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Barsky? And I was like, under the light switch. I couldn't even form sentences. I was so freaked out. And he goes, okay, I know exactly what to do. And I said, what? What are you talking about? You know exactly what to do. I mean, I literally said, what are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? He didn't ask me what I saw. I didn't tell him what I saw. This is the crazy thing. I just was so fucking scared. And he goes, I know exactly what to do. So he goes, follow me. And I was like, I'm not fucking going upstairs. I'm not going near that threshold. Like, I'm sorry, that's right. Like, whatever. And he goes, dude, you have to come with me. I literally, hand to God, I grabbed it. I had to hold his hand. I was that scared. Literally hold his hand to walk to the little landing, because it was a ranch house. So it was like a, three landing, 3 down to the basement. So I'm standing at that landing. And he goes, wait here. And I was like, fuck you, I'm not waiting here. You know what I mean? Like, the house has already got this creepy, dark vibe, Like, it's dark out there. There's very little light pollution. And he goes, just wait here. I'll be right back. Everything's going to be fine. I was like, whatever, dude. He comes back pretty quick. And he goes, give me your hand. And I was like, okay. And he literally, I put my hand out like this. And he took a gold blessed Buddha, because he's Thai Buddhist. I mean, he's actually been to Bangkok. It had been blessed at the temple, blah, blah, blah. He put it in my hand just like that and literally closed my hand on it, okay? I swear on everything, man. All the fear, all of those sensations evaporated, gone in split second. I've never felt anything like that in my entire life, and I still haven't to this day. Now, the kicker to all this is that I never told him what I saw. Okay? A week later, and Erica, and if she might be hanging out listening, I don't know. Erica, I've been friends with. She's one of my best friends. She's like a sister. Okay, we've been friends since we were 15 because she was wearing a Meat Puppets T-shirt in my English class, and I was like, I'm gonna be friends with that person, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. That's how it went down. So anyway, inseparable since then as friends. And Erica was dropping Augustine off after, something, and it wasn't that late at night, but it was probably, 7, 8 o'clock, and it was early November. And she had a giant station wagon with wood, but it was like a whatever, doesn't matter. She drops him off, and his street was a cul-de-sac, so she had to do her U-turn or whatever, turn around. And she said, so I get a phone call from her, frantic, okay? And my mom happened, you remember the days your mom picks up the phone before, and you have no idea she's listening or who's listening, right? So my mom just so happens to be eavesdropping and not saying a word. And I have no idea. And I'm like, what's going on? What's wrong? Are you okay? And she's like, no, I'm not okay. Mind you, I didn't tell anybody. Neither did Augustine, because whatever. We confirmed this all later. But the point, what she said, I got to stop saying that. What she proceeded to tell me was, I dropped Augustine off, and as I was doing, turning around in the cul-de-sac, it was drizzling and it was a little bit foggy out. But so I turned my brights on. As I turned my brights on, and she's like, Varsky, and she started crying. Like, literally, I started crying as she's getting to this point. And she said, I turned my brights on, and I saw a little girl holding a flashlight running in slow motion. And I said, I said, you're not crazy. And she's like, shut up, thinking I'm just being smart ass and just whatever. Meanwhile, my mom's still on the line. Like, I don't know what her reaction was because I couldn't see it, but she doesn't remember this. I don't know how she doesn't, but whatever. Moms don't care. Anyway, but no, so I told Erica, I was like, dude, you're not crazy. I saw the same girl I saw the same spirit entity, whatever you want to call it. I saw the same girl last weekend in Augustine's basement under the light switch. Proceeded to say she was wearing a raincoat, and I could decipher that it was a yellow raincoat on top of it and she was blonde. I could the translucent, the gray, whatever. It just, those were definite, you know, they were defined features. Okay, so we both kind of just let that go, you know, and kept it between us. And then we told Augustine, obviously, and he is like, "Yep, I told you guys this house, this whole neighborhood, the whole neighborhood has stories. Like the neighbors there have this and this and this." I'm like, oh my God. So I started doing research. I went to the public library. I pulled out microfilms, you know, the whole thing, and started really researching. We would go to group, dude, we got so into it after this happened. We would go in groups of 15 to 20 people into the mountain cemetery here in Racine where Jerome J.I. Case is buried, the Case tractor guy with a giant mausoleum. Sam Johnson, S.C. Johnson's Racine here too. He's got a huge mausoleum in there too. It's the creepiest fucking cemetery you will ever visit. I mean it. There's you cross a bridge and there is just the tallest like obelisk, most ornate deck. It's insane, and it's the biggest.
Whose is that?
It's called Mound Cemetery here in Racine, and it's
whose grave is that with the obelisk?
I don't know, but it's literally 2 stories tall at least. No, it's probably 15 feet tall. It's obnoxious, but it literally smacks you in the face when you cross this little cute white bridge over this river, and bam, you smack into it, and then you just the energy just shifts. You can just feel it. But Mound Cemetery is named Mound Cemetery for a reason, and it's the reason all of you are thinking. And it turns
American Indian Mound.
Yo, one of the biggest in. I think it's the biggest one of the biggest in Wisconsin. And they decided to, let's put a cemetery here. Pieces of shit. They bulldozed. The mounds some of them are still intact. They're huge. I can drive by and film it tomorrow and show you guys. It's wild. They're not like serpent mound big, like, you know, in Ohio, but we're talking like, it's obvious. It's blatantly obvious. Now, the Jewish cemetery is literally directly across the street. I don't know what that's all about. I know, the Jewish faith or whatever, Judaism, they can't be buried with the likes of S.C. Johnson and whatever type people, entrepreneurs of their day and trailblazers, in chemical whatever, but. It's just crazy, but this is where my journey started into all this craziness. Is we put literally, you remember the tape recorders with the handles, the cassette tape recorders with the handles,
the EVF recorders.
No, or even
just like video cassette, audio cassette recorder.
Yeah, ACR. Yeah,
two C batteries.
Yes. Yep. We took that and we literally would, half the people we go 18 deep and we'd end up 6 of us. Everybody run, like they'd be gone, like they just couldn't take the pressure or whatever, or the vibe it was giving off, and that's fair. That's just their minds playing tricks on them. But
when I was in high school, I was in photography. I had like when I was a senior, I had like 3 photography classes a day because I was like doing it for the yearbook and all.
Yeah.
Anyway, I used to go to this old cemetery in my town, and I just shoot a roll of black and white film up, and then go develop it. And every single time there was all this crazy shit on the film, on the negative.
Tons of orbs. Did you get that too?
Orbs and sort of like mist almost, kind of.
Yep. Like a smoke, like someone's smoking a cigarette and you're not smoking, nobody's around there smoking.
Like a mist of light, sort of. It wasn't there when I was
right.
It wasn't
to the naked eye.
Yeah.
But
it used to blow my mind. I saw like a movie or some ghost show like when I was in high school. They were like daring people to go out and shoot a roll of film up at a graveyard, and so like that's why I did it. But after that, I was like, ugh, kind of creepy. I did it a couple of times, and there was always some weird shit,
Totally. Let me really quick. I'll finish this because what we did with the recorder, and this is before ghost shows were even out. Because this is '97. I remember taking a blank, Memorex. It was actually a yellow. You remember the neon Memorex blank tapes?
Squares and
yeah,
like,
it had the bright yellow. Those. You remember the pink and yellow reels? Yeah. It was one of those tapes, and I was like, guys, let's put this on this grave because it's fresh. Maybe we'll get. Who knows what we'll get? This is before.
You put the cassette recorder on the grave or the tape itself?
The cassette recorder recording.
Okay.
And we were like, let's just come back when we feel like we need, whatever, we'll go back. So get this. And this isn't like, there could be para whatever the word is.
Parapolitics.
Parapolitics?
Sorry, that's not what you were reaching for.
Pareidolia?
Actually, though, I should probably be dipping out now. It's almost 2:30 here.
Oh shit! Yeah, we are going long. I did not expect. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Recluse. Seriously, man, it's been a pleasure.
No problem. You guys have a good night now.
You too. Nice talking to you again.
Night.
Okay, so we put it on a few objected, thought it was disrespectful. I understand. I did as well to a degree, but I was like, no, this is like research. Like, this is important. I don't know why, but that's just what it was then for me. And we set it on there and went back the next morning and grabbed it and listened to it. And I didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything. We listened, like, the side, kept fast forwarding, whatever. I just let it go. Like, well, that was fun. We tried it. Augustine drives over to my house, I think 2 days later, and he says, okay, Varsky, this is yours now, and he hands me the tape. And I was like, what the fuck? What now, dude? And he goes, this shit is not going to stay in my car. I was like, well, I don't want it. Why you're getting rid of it is no reason. Why the hell are you giving it to me? He's like, dude, I can't even tell you what's on there, but I get it out of my life, kind of thing. I'm like, what? I was like, you're crazy, dude. And he threw it. No, he gave it to me. I remember. Okay, so he gave it to me. I took it in the house. I listened to some of it. You can only listen to so much dead air. You know what I mean? Like, and whatever. So I had like 15 minutes. Dude, screw this. I don't care. About a week later, something's going down. He drops me off after band practice, and I open the car door to get out, and right on the curb, right in front here, I open the car door to get out, and no joke, you guys, that tape is in the gutter right as I'm stepping. The first thing I see to get out, literally before I even put my foot down, it's that tape. And I said, Augustine? Because it had a label on it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just a random another Memorex neon styled tape, like, this was the tape. I have no clue how it got out of the house because it was still in the boombox, the Sony Mega Bass boombox that I still have in the other room. It was in that tape deck. I never took it. It was an afterthought. And then that happened. And he goes, I fucking told you this shit. They told you this is a bad idea to do that to begin with. Now we're being fucked with. And I'm like, what do you mean we're being fucked with? Like, this is just a weird, I'm trying to rationalize it and try to calm him down more than anything. And basically, he took it. I forced him to take it and listen to it. I was like, I listen to it. You can handle it, buddy. Like, we're big boys here. And he took it home. He listened to it, and he played what he found for me. And it was like this guttural voice. Absolutely. I don't know if it was a dump truck driving by and an engine braking situation. I don't know, right? But it was guttural, and it had tone, I think you guys know what I mean when I say that tone. Like it had a cadence though to it, which really sends chills down my spine right now. Because I haven't recalled this story, or much less recounted it literally since I don't remember. I really don't.
I had a weird, similar sort of experience happen. That's totally sends chills down my spine. Like, so when I was in college, I used to play the guitar a lot, and I recorded on my computer the song that like I came up with the song, like it just popped into my head, and I was like, I have to play it, and I have to record it. So like I recorded it and played it at the same time, the very first time I played it. Okay. And I recorded the computer, and I called it Desert Outlaw, and it was like this sort of like twangy, like country desert outlaw song. And I played it back, and I could hear like sort of like a mumbly sound of like my recording. Mm-hmm. And then over the top of it, like this whispery voice was like, "That's my song. That's my song. That's my song. That's my song." And it gave me fucking chills. It was crazy.
That many times? Like we're talking excessive.
Over the whole thing.
What?
Over the whole thing. And
so minutes.
So when a few days later, like my roommate, he had a lot of friends. And so like somebody comes over that was friends with his girlfriend, and she knew somebody that lived across the alley from me. Like I lived right on the alley. My room was like right directly across the alley from this kid who had killed himself on that same night that I wrote the song, probably about the same time. And she was telling me about it. It was terrible. He used a gun, and his mother had to come and clean it up like a few days later. Terrible story. And it always gave me chills because it was on the same night that I fucking wrote this crazy song that ended up being
the song was downloaded. We all know as musicians how that works. Like it's a weird flow state kind of situation, but it's like how Weavingspiders came in my head, but I know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so sometimes creativity takes you over. It's the flow state for sure, but it's where you lose yourself and you become a medium for genius, I guess, or whatever, you know, like
God.
Best, I don't think came from me because they flash into your head as like a fully formed thought, and you're like, well, yeah, I got to carry it out.
Yes, and now it's my job to bear, or bring this to harvest almost.
Now
it was weird.
Did you record that? You said?
Yeah, I recorded it. I recorded my song, and that's my song.
Do you still have this recording?
I don't know. I looked for it, and like it accidentally got erased or lost. It was on an old
man.
That's how that shit works. It's not meant for the world. You have to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And they were like, "Whoa, what is whoa?" Because it didn't sound like somebody saying it. Almost, it sounded like somebody like rubbing papers together, or like some kind of like white noise, sort of. You know, like you listen to a fan, and then all of a sudden you hear it talking. Sometimes, your patterns out of the sound.
It's not pareidolia. It's something. You guys know what I'm talking. Pareidolia is with your eyes, right? Where you make you.
I think it can be eyes and just pattern recognition.
Yeah.
General.
You say something?
I don't know. I was thinking that my first thought was we're talking about magnetic cassette recordings and this and that.
Ah, nice. Keep going.
But like it was 2 or 3 minds are together, and I think we create these things sometimes. It's hard to decipher if it would be a ghost or not, but who's to say that your group of friends didn't create all that experience together?
Cheers
just
to
in
that.
your own ritual and just
Yeah, that's and I don't know if you've read Jacques Vallée, but literally that is.
There you go.
That's it. Yep. That's it in a nutshell. And Carl Jung, and I love Carl Jung. Like the Red Book is like brought me to tears. Like
I gotta read that,
dude. It's I'll substitute. I don't mean to sound like a freaking jerk or whatever, but
the dude was Carl Jung, for sure. He was a genius. When he was like 11 years old or something like that, he like wrote a book about insects, and he like classified in like a ton of new insects.
Yeah, but has anybody read the Red Book?
No, I'm aware of it. Listened to podcasts about it.
Holy, you guys! It's literally I read it on Memorial Day. Out of nowhere, I read just.
Does it also have his paintings in it and everything, like his artwork?
No, that's the $500 coffee table version. I did get the imitation leather bound.
Because I have like his big red book that has his like. It's not. I don't think it was that one. It wasn't $500. But
300.
It has like his guardian angel and stuff that he.
Yeah, that's
wrote about
book.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the dark. It's like. Sorry.
His guardian angel would be his daemon, like Plato had or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the thing is it's like reading. Here's how I can. My best summation of it is how at least how I received it was like better than reading the Bible, but it was like reading the Bible. It was like Carl Jung's interpretation on the Bible, and he references the Bible a bunch in it. So it literally, like, I'm telling you guys, I'm in tears reading this, like, because it's so profound and deep. Like, fuck, it gets you. It just really gets you. You're just like, shit.
You want to know something also weird? When he was like writing a lot of that stuff, I think if we're thinking the same thing, also Tolkien was writing Lord of the Rings.
Yep.
And there's some weird cross similarities that they were. I think they were like kind of like
because
grabbing on the same.
Because of the soul, it's like each part of this. He's having basically the Red Book, at least the first book of the Red Book, because there's 3 parts, like Liber Novus, whatever, Liber Secund, whatever. It's I don't speak fluent Latin, but no.
Latin up on yourself, my friend.
Latin up on
King upon.
I'm careful about reading books because I always get the never-ending story experience. Like some really strange things start happening around me, and I'm like, what?
And Atreyu, all of a sudden just
betray you,
falls off the ceiling and like quicksand.
Artak.
Oh no! Don't bring up Artak.
Don't. Yeah.
Oh god.
Artax's death and suffering.
Dude, that's the most devastating thing. That was a devastating childhood moment.
Yeah.
All of us.
Programmed with trauma.
They don't get those movies like we did. How about did you guys ever watch Watership Down? That like fucked up animated movie?
Yeah.
What is it?
Watership Down. It was based off a book, but they did it
on the rabbit hole.
Yeah, it was like rabbits and like it was basically. I think it was like an allegory on the Holocaust. I don't remember.
Oh, that fake event.
You mean the Holodomor one, the Ukrainian genocide, or
hey man, you're gonna get kicked off of YouTube now.
Which genocide we talking about? I never heard of the other one.
Yeah, I don't
know. No, Watership Down's brutal.
Burnt offerings.
The point was the movie was fucked up and it was traumatizing. Then there's like the scene with Nim that was fucked up.
Fuck you for getting
Land Before Time fucked up.
Like, Land Before Time. Oh my god.
Fucked up.
That reminds me of Pizza Hut. The little hand puppets.
Right. Yeah, I remember. I had those. I did. I know what you're talking about.
You played with them. That's probably why you have IBS now, Greg. Good job. You're gonna have prostate issues in about a year. So, all right. I talked to your doctor last night.
UFOs gave me IBS. Okay.
Monsanto.
What I think is great is how everyone here has touched on a personal story or experience, whereas probably 2 decades old or up to recent, but every single experience you shared, every single one of us here can concur a lot of it.
Yeah.
Down from your
beautiful.
So what that is when you got 2 or 3 or more people
there it is
looking at something, the whole hey, what is that thing? Well, it's got bark on it. Yeah, it's bark. It's got leaves. Or, well, it's a tree, right? Yeah, or it's a tree. So here we all are. Just
it's Nietzsche.
Telling truth. We're discovering truths. We're identifying them.
Nietzsche. That's all I'll say.
And now there's a alien. Well, it's been here for a while, but there's right now it's making some big moves. The alien force trying to Borg us and go, oh no, just I know ironically we're on a Zoom call, but it's like, no, that's how you see family and friends now. That's fine. Don't get together. It's
right. This is the substitute. Like this is the impetus. You know what I mean? For yeah, it really is.
They don't understand. They have it's probably because they don't have empathy and all that stuff too. But it's just like an oldest tale of time with when you try to, I guess like the Archons or whatever. It's just they're trying to grasp something they can't have
simply because they can't experience it.
Because and it's the lack of the human spirit, and it drives them insane because they're trying to capture it.
Any of it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so and it resonates. It rings so true. It's just with me.
Yeah. So we're going through another fable right now. I just don't know how it ends up, but
another what?
Another fable, like in the timeline of the human story. I don't know how much of it's actually because I think all these things are out of our control no matter what. So even these controllers or whatever, and they're like, yes, we have a great reset. I'm trying to do that Klaus guy, but
yeah,
he has a fascinating voice. Like that guy really he should have been an actor and played villains. That would just
maybe
he probably would have been much happier.
Yeah, he's real life. He's RL.
Except he's a real dude. He's a Nazi, obviously. I mean,
clearly. And we can throw that term around with that prick and Bill Gates.
Yeah, they're all missing that element that they don't understand. That's why they just want to crush it. There's I don't understand it or like it, so I'm just gonna crush it. And why would anyone fight?
No.
But I don't know where it's going with this. It's just I just think hopefully we get through it, but I don't know if all of us are
we'll get through it. We'll get through it.
I don't know if we'll get through it, guys. Where's American Indians? Where's all these great cultures that we came from?
Thank you.
Where are they? Where did they go?
My blood, some of my blood is just on some shit in fucking Oklahoma. Just drunk. Being fed whatever. That's years ago, obviously. But I mean,
no, brother. I'm talking. You're to your first father.
Oh,
great civilization, wherever it was, it came from, somewhere in Europe. I mean, where'd they all go?
Yeah, well, there is that. There is the deluge. I mean, but apparently there's been multiple deluges. We don't know. We can't.
I don't think it's a deluge. I think it's back to what Greg's talking about.
It
is this great fable. I mean, it's a cycle of,
pressing the reset button, literally, Nintendo. Yeah, I'm not joking when I say that.
Well, I think they were that was their plan. I think they were gonna wipe out most of us. That was their plan, and
no, it's literally to 45 million people. That was the number I read, and I don't remember where I read it, but I just read it in the last 24 hours.
Well, you got Deagle, you got Project Pogo, you got all that stuff.
Yeah,
you got the Guide Stones. I mean, I'm listening earlier. I was just listening to Robert Phoenix and what's his name? I keep forgetting his name, Jay Widener, and they were talking about the reset. Well, where do we have examples of resets? It's almost every decade.
Exactly, because they come up with the think tanks come up with not new ideas. They just have to refine the playbook, or the play that's in motion. And
well, it'd be the Borg and the Archons coming up with their novelty bullshit and all their narratives and the subjective reality we're in now. We don't even know. No one knows what it was like to be in the 80s. Our kids, and how different a world it was.
Right.
The resets already happened.
Yeah. Oh, damn right. It happened. It happened with the internet. It
happened with 9/11.
9/11 too.
Oklahoma City bomb. It happened with, it happened with the Columbia explosion. It happens all the time.
Yes, thank you.
These are resets.
Yep. Yeah.
But
that's I think a much more palatable explanation for this. And I think going forward, for the normies, because we get these people. I get them like in the vape shop earlier today. Open, no masks, nothing, no sign on the door saying no masks either. I noticed. I'm just like, I love this place already, and right up the street, and I get to chat. I'm like, cheers for not wearing a mask, dude. And he's like, yeah, fuck it, not too many people are. What the fuck, man? And I was like, yeah, and that's an open door for me to be me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't not be me. So I was just like, yeah, man. And I just started rattling off, what I know, and he was like, holy yeah, and you could just see it kind of coming together in his brain, and it wasn't that overwhelmed, like, holy shit, I can't handle this look. It was like, I need more. I need to know more. And he took down. He was writing down name. I was giving him references and people to look into, and whatever, where to start. And he was writing it all down and geeked about it. And this was a couple days ago, and then I went in today to get some refills, and he was there again, and he was like, "Hey, I checked out like Mysterious Universe or something. Yeah, it was Mysterious Universe. I love that podcast. I think they're great. Out of Australia. Yeah, and he's like, that's crazy, it's fascinating stuff, man. Like, we exchanged information, this and the other, and it's those kinds of moments and experiences that are like, that's what's keeping me, hope for humanity to some degree, and especially, and also the other thing that's giving me hope for humanity was, I'll touch back on the burning of the 5G towers that weren't 5G towers back in the UK. I found, regardless of how idiotic that was, that whole, like, do your research before you go burning shit down, at least. Like, I remember getting a text from my friend Elliot with the COVID as a joke. He would mess with me, and he would send me news articles from Vice on purpose, because he knows how much I hate Vice, and how much it's bullshit. And so he'll do it on purpose, and he sends me when I'm waiting in my doctor's office, and I get a text, and it's like, Vice. It's a Vice article, and it's conspiracy theorists are burning down 5G towers in the UK, and it's become a serious problem. Do we blame Q? That was the headline. And,
oh God.
And I texted him back, and I was like, you know what, Elliot? I said exactly what I said. This gives me hope. At least they're fucking doing something. Whether it's whatever, at least they're taking action, even though it's retarded. At least they're taking action. I was like, that gives me hope for the future, because we're entering some really, really dark, weird.
Knowing astrology will give you hope, because even if you see us going into like something dark and terrible, I mean, there's always the other way around. We live in a cyclical, reality. Time is now,
it ain't linear.
Oh, we're talking about the sun setting a half hour early and stuff that's probably actually happening.
Yeah, exactly. So, the quickening thing, like, why does that resonate with everybody, not just us, not just our niche and what we're into, and these just the weird. Everybody understands the quickening when you just break it. You could 3 sentences, you know what I mean, and they know exactly what you're talking about. Now, I find that fascinating, but also I think we can also kind of attribute it to when we get older, time feels like it's speeding up, right?
It does. I know. It throws me off a little.
And that's what I'm fighting all the time with this. Like this whole week, I've been fighting that. And like
but the days are going by quickly, like normal, right? But check this out. Just last July to me feels like 3 freaking years ago.
Thank you. What is that? But I think that
I think I have a theory on that.
Yeah.
It's because of the constant gaslighting that's been going on this year.
Yeah.
And so for people like that are in cults or have this kind of like situation where they're being bombarded and kept, like, say, like they'll keep you from losing sleep or like not getting sleep and
the brain
psychologically breaking you down. it's confusing all your ability to navigate and assess time and all this stuff. So I feel like since we've been being bombarded this year, especially with all these psyops and things, that's why we're like perceiving a lot of these, you know what I mean, like time slowing down.
That's it. No, you nailed it.
Speeding up or whatever. Just too many events that too quickly, and the media is just like, they're just like in a deranged. I think they have like AI writing everything, and it's just they're just like, yeah, just read that script.
They can't help but believe it because they're
well, they're models of revenue now. It says they have to do this, so that they're like all insane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's all the clickbait and all this stuff. They have to, like, Trump has been like the center of everyone's consciousness every day, every minute for fucking like 5 years now.
Think about that current one.
You know?
And everybody that voted was thinking about Trump while they voted.
Exactly. I saw that meme. That was a good meme.
Wow.
That's how many years too. That energy current, like being on we've read the documents with Recluse and Jeremy on election night. It was I could feel it. Like we all could feel it, and I remember commenting afterwards in like on the YouTube, you know, in the comments post show, saying that was the most fun I've ever had. That I don't know that we'll be able to experience again, as effed up as the whole thing is, and how I don't give a shit as pro wrestling and just a bunch of BS on the face of it. That the current of that we tapped into was so powerful and fun to make fun of and speculate on. It just it was such a it's still such a strong current because it hasn't been killed. Clearly, people are still,
it's not done yet.
No, and it's been way too quiet, you guys.
We're in the third act.
Yeah, we're in. This is episode. You know, this is episode 6 now of like the series finale of America.
Yeah, I've been telling some people. Yeah, and I've been telling people, I'm like, especially the ones that are like celebrating, like, oh, he's almost. I was like, well, first of all, you don't understand language, so like, not conceding. Also, like, President-elect Biden was a whole spell. There's like President-elect Biden.
The President-elect. That's a
Everyone was saying it, and it's like, just putting your minds like that. Well, that means it's official. It's like, no, AP just called it. That doesn't mean shit. You're like, you guys.
They're priming people for a nice current of anger either way.
Oh, yeah, either way. But I think it's gonna. I think Trump's gonna get it because like that this narrative or story works better if Trump is in, opposed if he gets kicked out.
I don't know that still, but hey, anything. It's 2020.
Well, no, it's because it's going to make people flip out even more.
I get it. It makes total sense.
Down the line, by the time everybody's really set, like January, well, it'll flip flop.
It'll flip, yeah. Then the Supreme Court.
Yeah, we were wrong, and now Trump's president.
Yeah,
and then they'll be crying in the streets.
Oh, they're gonna freak out. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm listening to like astrologers talk about what we're looking at with that Saturn Jupiter conjunction.
Yeah,
what it shows, you know, in Mars, it shows shows up in all the big revolutions throughout wherever. So like Bolshevik Revolution, 1777, these kinds of times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
and I know a lot of the astrologers.
Crystal Rockwood.
They're saying that like it's that like basically Trump's entering like his like a bad time in his chart and all this stuff, but I just don't think that's gonna. I think a black swan event is on its way, and that's I think all the models they have, and I think Joseph Farrell was talking about this once. He thinks that all the algorithms they're running and stuff, there's like they can't. It's not working, so everyone's just shooting in the dark. So that's why we're seeing so many psyopses and shit thrown at us because they're like just trying to get something to stick.
It's because they can't kill Trump. It's the same. You talked about it. It's because, and this theory rings so true with me, is that Ivanka's, or Jared Kushner's the golden child. Ivanka's the Trump married her off to Kushner to basically guarantee some political immortality. Not political immortality, because clearly no, he
to buy himself out of bankruptcy.
That well, yeah, this is an onion. This is a layered mess, but at the same time, and it stinks, and it'll make you cry. But at the same time, it's like it just rings way too true to me that to think that to be so short-sighted and shallow-minded to think that blood. I'm not going to go the bloodline route, but I will say that families or people don't marry their kids off or have arranged marriages anymore in America or whatever, or that's ancient.
Not at our level.
Yeah, not at our level.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So we can't the people that can't even fucking that's just immediately out the window.
If you're Indian, yes.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, that's kind of, yeah. But I mean, but
who knows what up here?
The Jew.
The Jew?
Well, no, it's yeah. Well, I guess I guess I'm gonna go to jail. I'm glad I'm glad. I mean, fuck.
We're obviously not.
Wasserman Schlitz. Fucking twant. Anyway,
I don't know. They're talking about Trump being a time traveler. What's his name? His son, all this stuff. I mean, that's how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, that's fun. That's fun, high octane speculation, to quote Dr. Farrell, which I love for the alternative.
There's some things to it that's kind of like, that could be true. I'm not gonna lie. There's some things like,
yeah.
Well, if our reality is so subjective now, I mean, that's where we're at. We're kind of like, it could be true. I mean, that's fuck.
The John Teeter thing was like the one that blew me away. I was like, that's weird.
The what?
John Teeter. Trump used
the fucking time traveler.
Yeah, John Teeter, the time traveler that was on Art Bell.
Yeah.
But also Trump called himself John Teeter when he talked to like people that
get out of here.
He pretended to be. He pretended to be his own publicist, and he would just like fuck with people.
Calling some. He said he was a publicist.
It was John.
What?
But I didn't know John Teeter. I knew that he was calling himself John.
He was calling himself John Teeter. Yeah.
Whoa!
Trump did.
I didn't catch that, and now my mind is even more blown. And I didn't think that was cool.
Yeah, and he's Biff from Back to the Future 2. Here's another thing that no one talks about, the time traveling thing that I will throw into the arena. Do you know? I'm gonna say his name totally wrong. Do you know who Jack Safarte is? Jack Safarte. He's like a physicist. He's like a weird hippie physicist.
Sounds
okay.
Weird.
Okay. So here's the weird shit. So Doc Brown is based off of him, like in real life. So he was a hippie physicist, came up with all this weird notions about time travel and like God and like this whole like the universe is moving towards or it's being built backwards from God. It's very weird shit. So Doc Brown is based off of him. And also in Star Trek, the movie, I think it's the second one. There's a character that's actually supposed to be him too. That like, anyways. So he's like a huge Trump supporter, which is because I've been following him for years, and I was like, he has this weird story, in his autobiography where he says his mother confirmed this too because I think he's in his 80s now, so he's pretty old, but in the 50s or late 40s or something, when he was a little kid, he said he would get these phone calls that sound like a robot, like a computer voice talking to him.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I know this.
What I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in Villet's
work.
I
don't.
Yeah.
Forces. It's in Whitley Strieber's work. It's in all the UFO shit.
He's in there, but like he's not like a big guy, so a lot of people don't. But he lives in San Francisco still, but he's a huge Trump supporter, and so I thought about it. I was like, I'm like, that's weird. I was like, what if he called himself? Like he came because he says he has like he knows how to use like make UFO warp drives and all this shit. Like if you go follow him on Twitter, he'll bring the shit up. So I think if that's true, his future self was calling himself in the past to like make this like connection, right?
Yeah. You need a connection point. You need some node to touch back to. That makes total sense.
So he's calling himself from like a future phone or some shit or a UFO or whatever. And then, since he's a Trump supporter, maybe at some point he gives him access to UFO time traveling technology. I'm just saying, like, I haven't heard anyone bring this up, but I'm like, maybe.
Objective reality.
Yeah, because it's the Back to the Future thing. Because he's Doc Brown, and Biff is Trump.
Oh yeah.
And like how like reality is like weird and like kind of like synchronistically
bleeding into everything's bleeding into each other. It's like and just like you Snake, just like you said with the magnetic magnetic aspect of this, it's like a cassette tape bleeding through. I mean, it into the there's only 4 tracks on a cassette tape.
Yeah, I mean that's why they're so mad at him, because he has a time machine, and they're like, "Fuck, dude, he's got the time machine." He's like, "I got the time machine." I don't really do a good Trump impersonation, but it's fantastic. It's the best time machine ever.
It's time machine.
If somebody told you 20 years ago, you'd be actually considering that your president, who is Donald Trump, would be a time traveler, what would you say?
Well, I would hope that would be me, like time traveling to myself, like frantically telling myself that.
I love you, dude.
He's like, you're not me. You don't have.
Listen, 2020 is fucking crazy. There's a goddamn virus. Donald Trump's the president. There's a coup. There's 2 coups. I think there's 3.
Yeah.
In the
crap.
They play the time traveling whiskey dick.
Yep.
Throughout time. It just kind of like grains down and Constantinople.
Okay,
and like
everybody stop.
Beautiful.
Time traveling whiskey dick.
Well, yeah.
Trademark.
Like he's got a couple like 6-shooters on his hips and like a big 10-gallon.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
Which is Back to Future 3. Right?
Always crossing paths with it.
Yeah.
Every time. Look, here comes time traveling whiskey dick. Ah. He's like, whoa! Oh, I thought you was somebody else.
Right?
No,
Lou.
Yep. What's next, guys? What's next?
I'm trying to play the alien card. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it does. It does. But
for this monolith, okay, have you guys seen this thing?
I haven't done enough research on it though because it's
trying not to pay attention to that one.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I thought, it seems shifty. But supposedly today it's missing. Like it's not there anymore.
It's way.
I'm ignoring it.
I'm ignoring it too. It's bullshit. It's way.
Yeah. Well, to my eyes, it's either a viral marketing thing for a movie, like trying to do like a Blair Witch.
I'm done with that.
Or
maybe a government agency reliving stuff that happened on The Simpsons.
There you go. To fulfill that third, to get that tritone, to get that dark triad, I should say.
The brown note of minds.
Sorry guys, I got irritable mind syndrome.
Oh snap!
That monolith is no joke, though. That's not something to mess with because
it's fucking beautiful.
We're talking about.
They're getting our attention on it.
Yeah.
Something smelly about it.
I just said that, you guys. I'm a fucking idiot. I just said, look, it's so shiny.
Well, what's that app we're talking about? The Synchronicity app.
Oh, Randonautica.
Yeah, so there's Randonautica. Look at all the people that showed up there.
Yeah.
All our alternative media guys and stuff like that. Yeah, they're there that day.
Tim Pool's out there. With his goggles and his. I love Tim Pool.
Tim Pool's like a real life South Park character.
Tim Pool.
Yeah, like he's got the beanie and he talks real fast and he's like
YouTube channel deleted and he had none of it backed up. That's YouTube. Or YouTube. That is YouTube, and that's fucking total South Park episode. Totally.
Yeah. Man. It's there. He's a real life South Park character. No one asked for, honestly.
No.
I didn't ask for him.
He came from where again? Oh yeah, Vice.
If they pull the alien card, let's hope they botch it bad because
they will.
People are able to snip out how fake it is right off the bat.
Yeah, because there's way too many of us that have done way too much unnecessary fucking research on this shit. That's like for fun, And it's like, we don't just, like, these things, they're not just forgettable. I mean, reading the amount of, you know what I mean? Like, reading.
Well, Cosmic, what's her book? I'm going to check this out. American Cosmic. If this is religion to people, it's what they've been waiting for their whole lives.
Yeah, and it's been going on since the fucking 50s, bro. Like early, yeah.
So what they could bring about is a whole new world order and a new religion.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's like the technocracy is like figured that out. It's like, well, if we can't get rid of religion, all that, then we're just gonna try to like merge it with like a scientism, with like spacey Star Trek shit.
The inability to gather in churches, I think, solidifies that theory 1,000%, and it's not a theory anymore.
God, how stupid would people? They'd fall for it. It just put some little pointy ears on an actor's ears, make his ears pointy and come out of ship.
Well, they believe in a fucking virus that's just the flu, essentially.
But hold on. If on what you said, Snake, for real, if you've read Annie Jacobson's Area 51, that is literally, she ruins everybody's day, not mine though, with the ending, which you need to know if you don't know it, and all of you do, where I think you know, Jim, where the Roswell actually, and this is from someone involved, whatever, with Area 51 very heavily and in that area, and in the Roswell incident, that he confessed and he was crying. Like she reports that he was crying. It was super emotional, like him retelling this, what transpired. But they discovered that apparently, this is obviously not fact. I don't know what, but it just feels right. It basically, it was a propaganda stunt by Stalin and what happened was they flew like a C-130, whatever that was at the time in 47, whatever their giant cargo plane was, and jettisoned a small craft from that off the Pacific Ocean or over some part in California, and jettisoned it, and they it crashed, and they made it, I don't know, obviously I don't have all these details, and neither did Annie Jacobson, but essentially what it is it jettisoned off, and
it was like the Volkswagen Beetles that they spray painted silver.
I was about to say, yeah, that's one thing that now there's a lot of holes here now. Well, one big hole there, prolapsed. But I'll stop. So jettisoned off, crashed, and when they went and did the analysis on the bodies, it turns out that they found that they were actually humans that were just
right.
They were, yeah, like Down syndrome, like,
and some plastic surgery too, or something.
Yes, plastic surgery to exaggerate features to the point, just like pointed ears, exaggerate features to scare the shit out of us, making us believe there was an alien invasion. Now, the time.
Well, you ever heard of Occam's razor?
Yeah, of course.
This solution makes the most sense. This definitely falls under that, right?
There's the Occam's razor.
A wacky plan.
Occam's razor.
Would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling kids. And
I'll just say the last shave he gave on this one, that person's walking around with tiny pieces of toilet paper all over their fucking face right now, because there's way too much shit with Roswell. It's so diluted, and that's the point. I mean, that's why they keep putting it out and having the annual thing. It's just to keep feeding more shit into it to just to dilute it as hard as you can, so the truth can never be found. So I mean,
what's funny is, like, if you were to ask what resonates with me the most, like, really, and I feel comfortable with and warm and happy, and like, this is what it is. Sure. We're in a closed system, man, for sure.
Oh yeah, I feel like that
for sure. That's what I'm.
Let me get some clarification.
It doesn't scare me. Makes me feel, I don't know, like it's spiritual too, even.
Snake, can I ask you though? I want to make sure I'm reading this right. What you're saying? When you say that, I'm sorry, Jim. I couldn't hear anything. Zoom again.
It makes you way more important in the whole picture, in the whole scheme of things when it's a closed.
Right. And I okay. So so we're going with the geocentric model then with that, right? With that, or the not the heliocentric model. Are we going there, or are we going to the
We're the center of the universe. Is this where we live? It's like that for humanity to work out its problems. Maybe
we're in a fishbowl, and I'm sorry. I've always felt that, and nobody told me this, and I didn't hear Crow say this before I came to this conclusion that space is like water. I've always felt like it's like more like a water substance. Vacuum.
Well, it was my sense as a child.
That's what
I knew it then, and I know it now.
Here's the thing. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing.
Oh yeah, no. Well, the thing that was kind of a revelation for me the last year was that like if they put it in your face with NASA, because the spacesuits are nautical classic suits, right? Just that was a big one. It was like, oh, and it's like, and just the terminology is nautical too. Spaceships.
Yeah, it's armada, an armada of UFO. Yeah, exactly.
Even Star Trek, like everything's like nautical.
Yeah. Maritime type.
And you still have a closed system. It's just with that, like, okay, look, they're out there in that water, like whatever firmament, but there's still no planet to planet crap like that going on for sure.
Right. Yeah, man. This is, dude. You guys.
I'd say it's as above, so below.
Yes.
We're in a nautical sort of law system, a nautical commerce law, commercial law. That's what the United States of America is.
It's the United States, not even United States. America anymore. Yeah.
United States is commercial law.
Yeah, and America is the nation state. Not.
Like when you're born, it's a birth and a manifestation.
RTH. Yep.
All that stuff.
It's all there. It's always
word magic.
Seas above, seas below. We're all underwater.
Well, it's all different densities of water, right? Like even the air is technically water. It's a very thin water.
Yeah.
Antarctica water. It's the land of water.
Rises to the top too. Let's think about oil. Yeah, let's think about that.
It's a liquid.
The thicker rises to the top, right? I mean, that's known science. Last I checked, or as much as I don't want to believe in it, because they're assholes.
Yeah, I think it's just space is like a dense water.
Yes,
it's super dense.
It just, why does that feel so right? It's because it is. We can't deny these things within ourselves, because it's not just because we've heard it a million times, because who the fuck is talking about this all the time to us? Nobody.
I'm thinking also like Lovecraft and his like ideas of the cosmic horrors of like they're all like watery creatures.
Exactly. From the deep. Yep.
The deep. Like it's all
the abyss. There you go.
The deep, the oceans.
Now you want to talk about portals and like that stuff? That I think would be the only way to like go from one place to another. So if there's other places, that would be like dimensions, realms. That would be it.
Yep.
That would be it.
And again, we're circling back unconsciously, consciously, whatever. However, it's us together collectively. It circles back to Belay again. That's what's funny, with his research showing the ultra dimensional absurdity of the whole phenomenon of UFOs and their occupants or their pilots, or whatever you want to call them, droids. I don't fucking know. But yeah, it all circles right back to that, and like Magonia, like the fucking
So let's put in like etheric beings, like our gods and our myths and stuff. This is coming from my stay up in the mountain, the things I learned there. But and this is the fable, the cyclical nature. This has happened over and over again. So we've got a class of something interfering with us. So we want to talk about an invasion. It's already happened. And there's your Borg and your Archons, you know. So these etheric beings, Archons, whatever, they can't have what we want. Say it's the soul, you know. That's what they got us covering our mouth, the spirit, the breath. They hate us. They hate, so kill it, whatever.
It's the heart chakra too that's tied to, which is
definitely,
that is the most powerful muscle ever.
I noticed that the first little sticker I stepped on up in New York when they put them out said 666, and it had a person in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah, no, 6 feet apart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa!
That was way back when this started, and that's what I knew. So the carbon is what we're made of. So they've demonized what we were made of. They made us demonize ourselves.
Inversion, yep.
They're boiling
Carbon
us.
footprint, you know.
Also, just like the whole like 6 feet under, like it's like you're just kind of like putting people's heads. You're like dead.
Look at us. Dude, we're on fire right now, and we're 5 hours and 33 minutes recording. This is.
I'm gonna listen to this again too.
Looks like we still have 7 watchers, or I might be one of those 7. So that's pretty good if you're still in here.
I only have the chat out. Yeah, we got people in here. Mountain High Entertainment.
Shout out if you're still here.
Mars or Atlantis. Let's adjust the chat. All right, so let's say hi to Ron. What's up? What's up, buddy? Mountain High, whoever you are.
Yeah. What's up, Mountain High?
What's up, Mountain?
Entertainment Company. I don't know. That's cool. I don't know.
Sounds like Colorado.
No, he says. I'll just read a couple things from the chat.
He joined a little bit ago.
There you go. All right. Well, welcome. Thanks for jumping in. We are, we're having a lot of fun here, connecting these dots that we didn't intend on connecting.
So
let's roll. We're gonna keep.
What's up in the chat? But the etheric being. So what I think is happening, and if someone put this in my mind, is they're trying to create their own little bubble universe. Like, because they know, like you say, these etheric beings are here. They can't have what they want. You know, we might escape it. Huh?
Like a breakaway civilization that don't.
No. I mean, like a whole new dimension type of deal thing. You know, like it's the VR. It's, you know.
But that could
a digital inside universe.
Right,
dude.
Right, but check it out. I'm looking at that as a breakaway civilization. I don't mean it going
Mithras.
That it literally
Mithras cult.
Yes.
Inside of an egg, born of an egg.
Yep.
Because we can go back to the states of whatever of human where we're the vegetable, you know what I'm saying, when we're the secret history of the world.
Vegetable man.
What's up?
Vegetable man.
Yeah, that's the secret history.
Black
of the whole thing.
Jacob Black, or what is his name?
Mark
Booth, or something Black, I think his name is. He has a secret.
Jonathan Black. Is that what you're thinking of?
I think so.
The writer, right?
Mark Booth, aka.
Mark Booth did Twin Peaks.
No, that's Mark Frost.
Mark Frost.
Whoa, Twin Peaks.
Jesus, man.
We're full circle because you guys, I just ordered, no joke, yesterday. I ordered a hoodie that has One-Eyed Jacks, the One-Eyed Jacks logo, and then a t-shirt. I couldn't believe they made it, but I'm so happy they did. That is Dr. Jacoby's glasses, and it says something like one of his rants from the updated season, where he's bugging out, and then I almost they didn't have it though in a I can't believe they didn't have it in a t-shirt form or hoodie.
This is why we're separated, because when we're all together, this is what I experienced out in the mountain. We work this stuff out real fast.
Damn right.
Together, like we all carry a piece. We're all drawing in from the mystery. We know the answers. It's within us, as above, so below. But it's almost impossible to do on your own. You can't be a hermit out there and solve this one this time.
Thank
we
you.
all
it's just a little harder.
Together. You have to be in proximity of each other.
Yes.
Proximity of fellowship is everything.
Remote viewing now, so that our psychic tendrils have to work a little bit harder.
Yes, and I recommend on that note, everybody. Oh,
I see.
I don't care. But I mean, I don't. Even if you disagree with him or whatever, but honestly, the book Penetration by Ingo Swann.
Oh wow!
I'm not kidding, man.
Revealing the method. Yeah,
dude, that book. Really, really, really. Oh man, I'm thinking back on, dude. It's not even. It's like 150 pages. It's a one sitting read, and
you need a book list, bro.
Yeah, let's do that. We need to set that up.
You offer out some good books that you've read.
Thank you, man. And I want to, again, Billy Ray is supposed to he told me he had S.K. Bain booked for a show. And we both kind of were in, whatever, doesn't matter. This guy's hard to get a hold of. I feel like this is the cipher. This is the cipher right here. It's printed on Trine Day. I think it's still available on Amazon. It is Blackjack.
I'll pick that up.
From the author.
Blackjack.
It's called Blackjack, The Dawning of the New Great Age of Satan. Now this is
2021 Blackjack.
Precisely. Now check this out. I'll just briefly touch on this, and I've referenced this book probably. This is episode 11. I've referenced this probably 5 to 6 episodes, different parts of it because it's so in depth. Okay, here, I'll just read the last little blurb here of the introduction. Okay, so much has changed as time rolls by. We will go forward in union, divide by design, or possibly regress into chaos by confusion. Read Blackjack by S.K. Bain and be forewarned. Sacred geometry is neither good nor evil. It simply is an attribute of existence. Some will use people's fears and fascinations as a divisive dialectic. I'll stop, pause. Jesus Christ, do we ever need to remember that right now? Okay. Okay, let's see, dialectic. Continuing an effort at separation that President Washington noted to Reverend G.W. Snyder in October of 1798. Quote, "It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more fully satisfied of this fact than I am. The idea I meant to convey was that I did not believe that the lodges of Freemasons in this country had, as societies, endeavored to propagate the diabolical tenets. That individuals of them may have actually had a separation of the people from their government in view is too evident to be questioned. Be aware." And that's the end of that blurb, which was George Washington's words. Okay, guys. Then it goes on to say, "Be aware, we always have a choice. The question, what will we do? Onward to the utmost of futures. Peace." R.A. Chris Milligan, publisher, Trine Day, 5/1/2019. Now, everything in this book, which is S.K. Bain, the writer of this book, he's the author of the most dangerous book in the world, 9/11 as Mass Ritual, and most...
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah. Keep going. Sorry.
Lavender wrote
captivated.
Okay, Lavender wrote the introduction to that book too, which is weird. When it's weird after you'll see why after I read this. Okay, Most Dangerous, a True Story, the latter written under the thinly veiled pseudonym Sherwood Kent. Bain is the former art director of the now defunct neoconservative Weekly Standard magazine, where he worked with William Crystal, the fucking scum, we all know that piece of shit, Fred Barnes, David Brooks, Tucker Carlson, and others for over 5 years. During part of that time, the infamous Project for a New American Century was co-located with the publication. Prior to this, Bain was art director for the Oxford American magazine while it was being published by best-selling author John Grisham. Now, this isn't your average book, guys. This is like a magazine. This is full color. There's a lot of there's so much there's so many graphics, memes, and cool shit in here. Jacques de Molay I opened to right here, like going into let's see, talking about hope. Then we go right into the next page, scripted events. Now more than ever at this point in our journey, you're probably still skeptical that such events could be orchestrated on this scale or at this level. I can sympathize. Feel free to get off the ride at any time you want, because if you don't like what I've just told you, you're going to hate this next part. On August 20th, 1998, 3 days after President Clinton testified before the grand jury in the Lewinsky scandal, a series of missiles were launched against suspected terrorist bases in Sudan and Afghanistan as part of Operation Infinite Reach. That same day had also concluded Lewinsky's second day of testimony before the grand jury, and pre-announced special reports on this topic were preempted by breaking news of these missile attacks. Clinton was immediately accused by a variety of critics for ordering the attacks as a diversion from the negative press surrounding the sex scandal, and Operation Infinite Reach subsequently became known as Monica's War. Astute observers, as well as not so astute because it was completely obvious, noted with some incredulity that the striking parallel between this episode and the plot of the recently released movie Wag the Dog, in which a spin doctor and a Hollywood producer fabricate a war in Albania in order to distract voters from a sex scandal involving the U.S. president less than 2 weeks before an election. As if that weren't enough, the exact same comparison was made again in December following Operation Desert Fox in Iraq, a 4-day bombing campaign that occurred at precisely the same time that the U.S. House of Representatives was conducting the impeachment hearing of President Clinton. In fact, Clinton was formally impeached on December 19th, the final day of the military operation. The justification given for the strikes in Iraq was their failure to comply with UN Security Council resolutions and its interference with UN Special Commission inspectors. But in reality, both the rationale and the impact of the operation were suspect. There were accusations of U.S. interference in the UN inspection process, including infiltration of the inspection teams by the CIA and MI6 operatives. And then we've got a great little graphic down here. Obama. Hey, I found this in the desk drawer in the Oval Office. And it's a cigar, and it says, "Where will you put yours?" But, okay, so the greatest thing here is this, because this is all about the grand conjunction, the great alignment. This is all
Get
about
out of here.
the whole thing. The whole thing. Just wait. This is a rip through this real quick. Christmas present. You might be thinking that in the grand scheme of things, what does it really matter if Clinton handlers took inspiration from a movie and bombed some third world countries in order to change the media narrative to one more favorable to the president? Not exactly a moral stance, but point taken. It probably wouldn't surprise you too much at this point, though. if I told you that there is a long, well-documented history of significant historical events being foreshadowed in fiction, both print and film. This was, and mind you guys, I just randomly opened this page. Particularly true of 9/11. At first, you may instinctually reject the notion that the Lewinsky scandal was somehow scripted in advance and intentionally designed to correspond with a fictional narrative, like Bad Sushi, but that doesn't mean it's not true. So, to be clear, is what I'm telling you that Wag the Dog was predictive programming prefiguring the attacks in Sudan, Afghanistan, and Iraq, which were ostensibly intended to distract the public and the media from the Lewinsky sex scandal, but actually ended up drawing more attention to them, and that the movie contained specific details later mirrored reality down to Monica's hat. That's precisely what I'm telling you, and I'll go even further. Not only is the above true, but all this was coordinated on a meta level as part of the cryptocracy's perverse galactic alignment soiree, which, as you know, is all about the rebirth of the sun, kind of like Christmas. The U.S. release date, incidentally, of Wag the Dog. For real. I swear to God, if I love it.
Okay, sorry. I
Out, bro.
couldn't help myself, dude. That was getting real intense.
Wow.
So then this is like he does these little. So that was like the end of that. These short chapters, it was like 33 chapters, I think.
33, did you say?
Master number, brother. Okay, so here we go. Star Wars with 2 R's. Bitch too fuck. This. You know, I could speculate about Kenneth Starr's role in this whole affair and ask what the significance of the Starr report being released on September 11th, 1998 was, although we already know that date is all about Sirius, the Star, obviously.
Yeah.
Or whether Starr's last name was in fact an insider's reference to the dog Star, or whether the Whitewater investigation was code for Milky Way, or speculate about his post-special counsel gig as chancellor of Baylor University in Waco, Texas, site of the slaughter of the Branch Davidians. But I'm not going to. A recently released memo shows that then Associate Counsel to the Independent Counsel, Jesus Christ, I'll read that again, actually, for my own clarification. A recently released memo shows that then Associate Counsel to the Independent Counsel, Kenneth Starr, and now Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, suggested a list of sexually graphic questions to ask Bill Clinton in Clinton's grand jury testimony about his affair with Monica Lewinsky. What goes around comes around, huh, Brett? Devil's Triangle, anyone? And it's kind of right there. That's pretty great. Yeah, and then chapter 19, T-10. I'm sure you're ready to get out of 1998 because that's technically when the Mayan calendar ended. He's done all the math. This dude is like a fucking polymath genius.
Have you seen what his other book is that came after this one?
He has a new book?
Yeah, it's called 2022, The Coming of God, The End.
Okay, I'm ordering this.
Very
I'm ordering it right now. I have an Amazon.
Yeah, it's very apocalyptic and sounding.
Pocket, but
I just ordered that book, the Blackjack. So.
Oh yeah, now we can really dig deep. Snake, you got? I'll. If you don't have money to order,
I have money.
Okay.
I don't have time. I'm trying to move. No. I got all these awesome books. I need to be on a mountaintop in a tent.
Snake, this isn't a book.
To read.
Snake, this isn't a book. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's like a magazine. It's like a magazine, but the best.
It's for children.
Me and my 9-year-old can read it.
Right.
And we will.
But dude, I'll buy it for you, man. If you like, for real.
Send me a link and I'll order it.
Can you send him a link, Greg? Because you just ordered it.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Can I put in the? I'll put in the chat.
In the chat. I'm gonna. But yeah, so basically, we figure out. I don't want to ruin too much because you're gonna read it, and a lot of it but it's literally filling in. It's filling in so many of the weird, margins and holes that we're just like, what the fuck is that? It just fills it all in so beautifully, and it's not square pegs and round holes here. It's really, really legit.
He's giving you a new pair of eyes to use, like most people need.
Yes, and he's doing it in such a manner, like chapter 16.
Rose-colored glasses.
He's got Wicker Man, the original movie poster, which is, by the way, a fantastic. I love that movie. I don't know if anybody's seen. Everybody's seen.
I haven't seen the original one.
Yeah, Christopher Lee. Yeah, it's
Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's right. That guy.
He's the winner. He's the fucking. At least he's not the Witchfinder General. I love Vincent Price though.
Have you seen a picture of this guy? He's very intense. He's very.
Oh, I know.
He's got
What's the title of the book
look
again?
in his eyes. Yeah, look at. Oh, you can't get in the focus.
Of the Age of Satan.
If you just go on the Amazon link I sent you, just click on his bio page, and he's got this really intense look. Very skinny.
JFK, guys, The Once and Future King by T.H. White. And then I am not even this far.
So he did a book with Peter Lavenda too?
No. Lavenda just wrote the foreword or introduction for the book. Because I was like, Lavenda is a straight up, he plays politics and he plays liberal.
Lavenda is like CIA.
Yeah, but I don't. He's Simon. He's
yeah.
He's got all the connections. I believe he's probably an asset.
He's an asset at least.
An operative. But Lavenda his research is fucking still, it's paramount. I mean, it really
he said it, his whole thing where he was in that church that was a spook operation. I mean, come on.
He was a wandering bishop. Yeah.
Wandering. Yeah.
And who were the first intelligence groups?
Yeah.
Priests.
Yeah, the priest class, the warrior priest class that took over everything.
They probably have like a weird secret society where they're.
Huh. I wonder what that was. Oh man. But okay. You guys want mind rape? One last mind rape?
No, don't rape my mind.
No, it's fun mind rape. I mean, it's
it's
a mind rape fantasy come true.
You're like Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah. Okay. So you see
the
keys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then right here, that is okay. Here we go. Now, before I proceed, keeping the above in mind, I'm going to remind you again of where we are and he's talking about DC and how literally, when the president takes the oath, the whole thing is one giant ritual in the entire city, and it all links up and it charges everything, and the president literally becomes a deity, the rebirth of Osiris.
Oh boy,
that's legit, and that's what that's 100% accurate. And
the apotheosis of George Washington.
Yes, exactly.
The Capitol building. There's a sculpture that I saw when I was there. It was insane. George Washington, like with a Roman robe, like he's got a 6-pack chiseled into his chest.
Isn't he doing the Baphomet like thing?
He's got the two up.
Yeah.
The two up, one down, right? Sorry, Jim.
When I was 17, we went there. I got brought on this trip. The intelligence officer from our school, he taught
intelligence officer.
Well, I mean, he was a Marine. Like,
I love you.
But he took a bunch of kids to Washington D.C. and they asked me to go, and it was pretty awesome. We'd stayed in this one hotel. Then every day we drove by the Pentagon, and they were like, "Well, there's a building you don't see every day. That's the Pentagon." Then but they said it every single day, so it was kind of a funny joke. There's a building you don't see every day. The Pentagon. Yeah.
Dude,
So
yeah, that's a middle finger right there. That's the most subtle fuck you like you could get to some 17-year-olds. Jesus, man, that is so. And the fact that you're pulling this out of your fucking hard drive or your RAM right now.
like one day everybody went to go see because there was like a few kids from each state that got to go, and
Right.
like their state representative like this one day we went to go see ours, like Representative Ron Wyden from Oregon. He wasn't there. So my buddy's like, let's go to the bar. And so we went to this bar, and we didn't have like IDs or anything, but we had like tuxedos on or like ties, and like we look like young,
you belong yuppies
sort of people. So we were drinking a bunch of
sorry.
No, what were they called?
Pellegrino.
The Boston guy, Sam Adams, because we were over there. But yeah, it was crazy. It was fun.
I kept cutting you off, dude. I hate myself.
Cool experience.
I'm working on it.
You're funny.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
Well, it sucks because I have to listen to these when I do the fucking mix them down for the podcast, and I just want to kill myself a lot of the time. Like, dude, I gotta stop. And I keep doing it every episode. It just gets more and more. I get more and more pushy each episode. Yeah.
Practice and repetition.
Yeah, right. And then shun. I think, or wait, that's a blueprint to something. But it doesn't really matter. It's all comedy. That's how I'm looking at it. So, yeah, I'm seeing this. I'm ordering this right now. This. Did you take a look, by the way?
I kind of briefly
Your
looked at
Snake. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, did you say Snake?
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I'm looking at all his books. I'm seeing if I can get a bundle or if I do Kindle.
It looks like you can do Kindle for the new one. It's available for like $7.95.
There's a Kindle for both.
Yeah. Yeah.
The end. Jeez.
I know. Right? Is only the beginning though, guys. Which, dude, yeah. Damn. Add to cart. When can I get it? The Saturday. Okay. There's only 3 left, so we're in a race, guys. Whoever gets it, we're gonna be pissed at each other like, you fucker. Let's see. What else does he have that I don't know? Most Dangerous, a true story. Oh yeah, he wrote that. He's Sherwood Kent as well. That J.K. Rowling.
I'll probably get the Kindle just so I can get to it.
No, I would do the same if I had a Kindle.
With with the whole what's his name? Oh darn it! It's 3 a.m.
I know, right?
Revealing the Method. The one guy.
Oh, Revelation of the Method.
He came out. Ellen Freeland and Crow brought him up again.
Oh, Michael Hoffman.
Michael Hoffman. I got introduced to him in 2013 from an essay this guy Jared D. Schneider did, revealing the method and all that stuff. And man, that sent me down. But then I hadn't heard anything about him
right
up until now. And the whole blackjack thing with the 21 and the whole, I'm fascinated. So
yep. And does anybody, I don't own Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, but I feel like I should own it, but the cover art just looks so bad that that's the reason I literally haven't purchased the book.
Apparently it's hard to even get an unadulterated copy. You have to get, because they've messed with it so much.
Yeah. And I'm worried about my copy of, what is it again? You know the name off the top of your head. The James Shelby Downer.
Yeah, James Shelby Downer. His I don't recall right now. The blood something. Yeah.
Yeah. That is I don't know if it's Feral House, and I think I got it. I didn't buy it new from Amazon. I purposely bought it like in good shape from a book in Connecticut. So I'm hoping that copy, and it's straight from Feral House. So
that should be good then.
Yeah. Then you know what? I wanna have T. Krulos back on so we can give him a dose of medicine that hopefully he will
the research that they did about the fake Paul and this Freemasonic master speak and this stuff like that, when you read this stuff, you kind of, you can decipher. And it's more about pumping through this bullshit quicker so you can get back to your life,
Right, like the code, knowing at least
the code, the master speak,
Like we don't have to know the code in the cipher. We just have to know when they're speaking code, and then we can kind of use that as as like a tool to try to just, all right, something's about to jump off, guys. Like clearly, look at this, and history doesn't repeat; it rhymes.
Nice.
You saying that, you're saying speaking code. Again, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get a little cue-carded on you.
I love. How many times do I have to tell you I love you?
Okay, just hear me out. Just hear me out. Don't attack the retard.
Don't get too pushy.
So do you remember this like last week where Trump did that weird fucking press conference for like a minute, and he's all.
I don't, because I don't.
Of the Dow Jones being 30,000.
Yeah, he talked about it being 30,000.
Dude, I noticed that.
So he said it was a sacred number, the 30,000. And I was like, that's weird thing to say. It's like very. Then I was like that sounds like secret language stuff.
Secret, JOO nonsense. But go ahead.
Right. So I was kind of like looking around. I was like, what's 30,000? I found things where it was like processions and stuff like that.
Good move.
Right. But then the other thing I found was in Joshua 8, because I was going to go with like a biblical thing with this, because that's like the narrative with Trump, with especially the Q stuff and things.
Jerusalem, like moving there's so much. Go ahead.
Right. So like in Joshua 8, 3-4, it said, so I'm going to try to read it. Maybe I won't butcher it. But it says, so Joshua rose with all the people of war to go up to Al, which is like AI, right?
Oh, shit.
I'm getting my reference Bible right now. I have a badass reference Bible
okay.
Oh, like alcohol or like the gin.
Which is, it says AI. And it's like the capital A and the small lowercase I. And it says Joshua chose 30,000 men, valiant warriors, and sent them out at night. He commanded them, saying, "See, you are all going to ambush the city from behind it. Do not go very far from the city, but all of you be ready."
This is Jericho, right?
It's Joshua.
Yeah, he fought the battle at Jericho.
Oh, yeah, and
the walls came a tumbling down.
Right. So I'm just like, is this the storm? he's like signaling to, because like that's what I feel like.
That's how it would go. That's how
I feel like this is where it's leading to, is like, even if it's a narrative and it's like fake and everything, this is like a martial law type of move to, you know what I mean? And
look at where Mars is.
Right. And here's the other thing.
Joshua, what's the? And real quick, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Joshua, what?
Joshua 8, 3-4.
Joshua 8, 3-4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you looked at that, did you know that the 30,000 was in there in the soldiers?
And what I did is my wife actually found it. She's all, well, I found, because I was like seeing stuff about processions. I'm like, is he talking about processions or like ages? Which maybe that's that too. I don't know. But I thought that when he said that one to me, I was like, oh, that's very weird and sounds kind of like a signal, if you were going to signal.
100%. That is absolutely
right. And then here's the other weird thing. So I talked to you, David, off camera, I think, about this, that how like General Paul Valle or whatever.
Valle?
Yeah. So and he has like relations to Michael Aquino.
Oh boy. Mind Wars.
Yeah, he like helped co-wrote that paper. Not the book, but the paper. So he's all about psyops and stuff. So he in 2000, was it 9, I think? 2009. He was like he was a big guy in the Tea Party, right?
Yes. Jeremy Roth Kushel was talking about this actually. Jim,
was he?
Remember? Sorry.
Okay. Well, he like led. He was trying to start. He wanted to take a coup. He wanted to start a coup against Obama, and he said he wanted 250,000 Marines to go to Washington, to basically take over, right? And they did it. They did try to do a run of it, and it was called Operation American Spring, which like Operation
Arab Spring.
Arab Spring, like is their version. It was a big flop. And like this is before memes.
What?
This is all before like all the meme stuff and the keck and all of it. And I'm like, I think this was just like a prepping for this thing.
Yeah, that
Maybe.
sounds right. But guys, I've got some more on 30,000 right here because this
Please.
Bible is awesome.
Enlighten us.
It's just a study Bible. It's, so it's got like maps and so much like good material here. Okay, so there's notes on all this at the bottom, and what do I see? 8:3, 30,000 mighty men. They highlight that. Joshua's elite force was far superior to that of AI, with a mere 12,000 total population. Then it goes on and says verse 25. It says, "This time Joshua took no small force presumptuously, but had 30,000 to sack and burn Ai, a decoy group to lure defenders out, and a third detachment of about 5,000 to prevent Bethel from helping Ai."
It's weird.
Now, I read that a little bit off because I thought we were going a little different, so I, paused at wrong spots. I'll read it.
It 8:3, right? And 8 plus 3 is 11. Okay. We're on episode 11 right now.
Everywhere. All right, but I'm going to start again. And
exactly.
Maybe this will sink in better for me, and hope it does. Maybe for you guys, catch something else. I don't know. Okay, so 30,000 mighty men. Joshua's elite force was far superior to that of Ai, with a mere 12,000 total population. This time Joshua took no small force presumptuously. So, okay, so basically what this is saying is Joshua had 30,000 and Ai had 12,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this time Joshua took no small force presumptuously, but had 30,000 to sack and burn Ai, a decoy group to lure defenders out. Okay, so, but had 30,000 to sack and burn Ai, a decoy group to lure defenders out, and a third detachment of about 5,000 to prevent Bethel from helping Ai. Okay, so I need to know who Bethel is because I don't off the top of my head. I can't believe I'm actually I just gave props to.
He also made reference to 49 times.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I've got you on my monitor, so I don't want to. Go ahead.
No, Trump. He goes, we broke 49 times the Trump administration.
Oh, yeah.
And then the 30,000.
Yeah. It's so weird because it's like there's no sacred 30,000 that I know of, and that's why I was like, well, it's got to be biblical then. Because there's other 30. There's now David gathered all his chosen men of Israel, 30,000.
It would be a sacred army.
Yeah, sacred army.
Whoa.
That's something that's in the lexicon quite a bit too. Is I hear people talking about armies being built, in reference to a couple things. But I like where you're going, Greg. Is that how you think, man?
Synchronicities. That's where my research always goes. If something tickles that, I go, oh, so I could be wrong, but there's something like this. I think everyone's gonna feel something brewing. This thing's not over.
Hell no, it's.
I don't think it ends with
us.
Well,
look up in the sky. Is your conjunction over?
No.
It even started.
It's and it's the end of the 26,500 whatever 3 years cycle.
Right.
Equinoxes.
Huh?
The procession of the equinoxes. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, all that. There's little stages. You got markers with our stars. You got this. You got that. It's good to pay attention to a good astrologer right now if you know one or two.
Is Ben good? Ben really good with that?
Well, I'm hoping are you having him on tomorrow?
It's not on tomorrow. We're just gonna talk tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Yeah, when you talk to him, you'll see. So Ben's he is an electrical engineer. He's an alchemist for real, a wizard, and he might not even be human.
I don't doubt it at all. I love it.
There's questions,
sweet, man.
Yeah, there's questions you can ask him. Then you guys, just like we're doing now, that magic circle forms, because We smash it. We could do this. The 6 feet apart thing doesn't affect us really.
No, I think we have not a superpower, but we have, when we form like Voltron like this, it's superpower.
Yes, form Voltron. So ask Ben the right questions. Ask him about the sun, the moon. Ask him about the stars. Ask him about this stuff. He will illuminate some things for you that you'll be able to apply to this, help you solve the little puzzle. Because yeah.
I tomorrow, like, he just said he was gonna call me, and like he said he was a man of his word. I'll be ready for the call now that I know it's him. I have it saved, so we'll talk off air.
Get him on a hour to 2 hour show. Be disciplined about it. Write down your questions.
Yeah, I when we have like, well, I didn't do that in any of the other interviews except for T, kind of, you know.
Yeah. What he's really good at, he represents the heathens.
Right.
He is legit. Like, so if you want to tap into a cosmology that has existed longer than these other people, that would be Ben. They've been around longer. They know more. Their mythology is amazing. Because look how they do. I mean, everything they do is mythological. So, like, you know, you want to go back to Michael Hoffman, and you know they use a lot of Macbeth and this and that. That's Master Speak stuff. Well, you know,
Shakespeare's yeah.
So you know, there's other gods and stuff at play here, guys. So
100%.
You know, you watch something like this is what's so great, like that Gods, American Gods.
I haven't seen that. I've looked. What is that on?
God, that's Neil Gaiman stuff, but you know, all it is these gods just trying to war for our worship, which puts them in power. In modern times, and dude, that do you want to see some synchronicities? That sucker blew me out of my chair. I was obsessed with these Argus cameras for a long time, and I couldn't figure out why.
Argus, ARGUS?
Yeah, I didn't know
what you're talking about. Okay.
I didn't know it was a god. You know, it illuminated so many things for me. But anyway, so we have Ben on, ask him those kinds of questions. Ask him about, you know, alchemy. Ask him about ask him about his Odin Villive.
I saw him. Well, I want to even know what that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always bust ass during the week, and I feel bad, Jim, because like Jim's working, you're working your ass off, and you know what I mean. But I know soon enough things will happen.
Job outside of this.
What?
I have a couple of other jobs outside of take up too much time for me to do other stuff.
I know, bud, and I love it, but I also feel bad, and I don't care that this is live. I don't care, but I feel bad that you know what I mean? Like, I've researched, and it's like, it sucks that I can't just be like, here you go. You know what I mean? Hand this off to you physically. Well,
here's like, Ben has been experimenting with -80. Okay. Water, this and that, cymetics and stuff. He's got a lab. That's his goal. And then literally they announced that they're delivering us our vaccines at -94. He'll be able to answer that question for you.
Wait, I don't even know. I'm lost.
Yeah, what was that? That was all weird.
We're trying to reel it back in because, you know, we're trying to decipher what they're doing. Like what Ben's doing in the lab, he's doing experiments with water, like that Japanese guys. He was doing.
Dr. Emoto, another Dr. Emotions, the Moto.
Yep, and Ben's unlocked these things. He just haven't talked about them yet, so he isn't ready to. But let's say, like, he even was on Crow's last interview with Crow. They were talking about the -80. He's trying to get the equipment ready for it. -80 degrees, and doing studies on water and other things.
Fahrenheit, right, or Celsius?
Motion.
Fahrenheit.
Okay.
So, and then they announced the vaccine. Pfizer's delivering it to us at -94. It has to be stored at negative.
That's right.
So that's what I mean. Ask him those questions.
Brilliant. Thank you for this. Even though it's all
you got an opportunity to,
But nobody's going to be tuning in at whatever, how many hours we're in right now.
What do you think its ultimate goal is, this vaccine? Because it's all leading to that. That's
to cut you off from your root.
Right. But do you think it's also
chips?
I feel like it's also like it's to sterilize everyone.
Yeah, sterilize, to cut you off from your root. So you'll never have
like
access to your ancestral memory.
Yeah.
Your children won't.
Both ways.
Here's
the board.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I just think it's also make you physically not be able to have children. Like, that's why.
Children of men?
Well, yeah. It's like, think about that. You basically cut off everyone's ability to have children at that. So 20 years, like, it's all full collapse. So what they'll have to do is introduce their technocracy, weird cloning crap where you designer babies.
By 2035. Written to 2035, the goal is to have.
Yeah.
Well, what it does, as long as you have no connection to your ancestors, your spirit, your soul, your individuality, the real stuff, like what we're doing to tap into that mind power or whatever, you're done. And that's what that would do. But ask them about why they got to store it that temperature. Ask them
what do you have anything on that? Because I want to know.
I won't be able to answer it correctly.
I gotta.
That's the temperature that quantum computing has to happen at, a sub-zero temperature.
Yeah.
So, time a ghost comes into the room and like,
was it like nanobots in there? You think or something?
The temperature goes way down. Things you can see your breath. You know, like maybe it's a way to like access those.
Well, it's the hell dimension, right? Well, that's where like everything's cold and
that was cold and dark. It's not hot and fiery.
Yeah. That's a psyop that it's hot and like fiery.
Why wouldn't it be? It's the polar opposite.
Different stuff when you heat them up as opposed to cooling them.
But here we go. Because, for example, just in our little magic circle here, our guys, each one of us, like you're talking about, that was great with Trump. Like I saw that him come up and I was like, what was that? Greg, you found, that's what it is.
Uncovering, it's these little.
You got it, dude. You nailed it. And what I'm saying is, if Ben wasn't doing these experiments at -80, who the fuck would know what the hell that they're doing? He knows.
Crazy.
Because he's in the lab doing it.
That's what we need. We need guys on the boots on the ground figuring out what the fucking DP state's up to.
Boots on the ground.
I don't know. Now they got a 30,000 man sacred army.
I hope so. Well, I made a joke when they did the lockdown.
30,000 sacred army.
Maybe we have a. They actually, maybe they actually hunt demons. I mean, maybe we're actually at this point.
Guys, holy shit! Listen, I don't mean to cut everybody off, but fuck.
No. Go ahead.
My Bible, growing up in the church.
Demon hunters,
dude. Let's go,
dude. Joshua fought the battle of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down. Right? What brought those walls down?
Sound. Dew weapon.
The fucking
sound.
Trumpets. The horns brought it down.
A trumpet.
A trumpet.
I brought it down.
I've encountered demons more than once. So I hope to God there's demon hunters out there because something's got to keep them at bay.
You know who's a great, and I mean this like in the most serious way, who's a legit demon hunter? Doesn't whatever, but Dr. Shakuntala Modi. I've talked about her once or twice. She wrote the book Remarkable Healings. It's quite possibly the most frightening, horrific book I've ever encountered. I'll just say this. The girl that I was dating at the time when I ordered this book, they talked about it on Mysterious Universe and talked about how she discovered in her patient that had, pretty like schizophrenia, all different types of mental illness.
Oh, yeah.
Curing them by hypnotizing and not implanting false memories like I believe a lot of researchers did, John Mack. But just asking questions, and demons would come out and say, where did you come from? Like my life, this like a patient will come, my life's been horrible since such and such, and I don't know what to do to turn it around. Let's just say this person doesn't even have, and there's like hundreds of examples in the book with actual transcripts. Let's say walk in your office and you're like, man, I'm just ever since blank, ever since I had this abortion when I was 17, I have had the worst, just like awful thing, whatever. I'm using that obviously as very, very loose, whatever example. But what she found out, like, there are these cases literally of abortion and where this happens, and that's where these entities hang out, is at, we all hear when we're drinking, don't ever fuck around when you're drinking, or your guard is down, your psychic defenses are down, right? Because things obviously can creep in. Well, what she reveals in her work, and it's legit, she's a psychologist, psychiatrist, all of it, is that there's multiple souls on top of souls. Like, she found, or spirits on top of more spirits embedded inside of these people that are like, they have physical ailments, and then all of a sudden she will do the hypnosis, and the people will have, like, all of a sudden their blood pressure is back to normal. They no longer have, whatever ailment, plus they're in great, mind, body, spirit. They're doing wonderfully. But these demons would admit things to her. And the crazy things that they would admit will hurt your brain, but it will make so much sense. Like, for example, the one demon that said, number one, they trick you. Don't go to the light, number one, because a lot of these people had near-death experiences too, and they realized they wanted to go because a loved one would come and say, come with me, you know what I mean, kind of thing. So if we can somehow remember, somehow keep, because I don't believe memory is stored in our brain because they can't figure out where it's stored.
No, it's stored in your salts, in your bones.
That sounds valid and good. I feel like that could play. I feel like that does play a factor, possibly, but more so it exists in our etheric or field / plane, and I believe that's.
Yeah, it's just Cashapp record, the ancestral memory.
Right. So.
That's why ancestral memory, we got to heal that ancestral trauma.
Yeah.
What I think she's describing all of a sudden is like all those ancestral traumas attached to a soul. Is that where she goes with it, or?
Right. But there's the bad ones here. They describe hell and what they're doing as literally, I'm not even kidding, it's like imagine a telemarketing call center. No joke. They work like that, where they're waiting for a call to go hang out near a car where they know a car crash is going to happen, but the people aren't going to die. They're going to live. So once they're literally, their physical, physiologically, their field is weak, and it's so weak. They see an entry point. This is classic Archon shit too. I mean, you can attribute this to so many different religious lines of thinking, or dogma almost. It's just wild. But they would say that they got in. They did own it. Like, they were proud that they got in. Like, these demons were like talking shit like that. Like, hell yeah, I did this. And shit, there's 3 more in here that I'm trying to take over. And they like admit to waiting, like, not by Satan. I don't believe it's ever mentioned. I am not going to misquote, but remarkable healings. I'll put it in the thing right now. It's like this thick. But the girl I was dating when I ordered it along with Area 51 and Jacobson and a couple other books, I only dated her for like 2 months. Just didn't work. But she was a super, like, fucking progressive. Like, to where I would be like, okay, why are you so upset? Like, did Brett Kavanaugh rape you? Like, she would come home from work, she would ran a hair salon, she'd be like, I'm just so disgusted. I'm like, would you have a bad day? She's like, that's sick, man. That blah, 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 blah. I was like,
oh my God, they got TV playing in the salon all day and girls chitter chattering.
Yep. And I said, Do you realize that this is all just like a load of shit? They dragged Gloria Allred out to drag out whoever the ballsy fucking Ford face, whatever the fucker, ballsy Chevy. They bring that bitch out. Gloria fucking Allred's a fraud and a half. And if you, like, all you need to do is play fucking archival footage of any of her shit. Whatever. She trots frauds out constantly. So immediately, Ballsy Ford's shit is useless to me. It's null and void.
I have to call it a night, you guys. I'm getting...
Yeah, I do too. 3. It's 1 by you, wimp. But I love you.
No, it's 3 here.
You gotta go tomorrow.
109.
Well, we'll sign off then, guys. This has been great.
Yeah, it's been good.
This has been great.
Great show. I didn't mean to stop it.
No, dude. No, it needs to be.
I'm getting tired, Jim.
I'm getting yawny.
Oh, that's a.
What did we learn tonight, boys?
Say what?
What did we learn tonight?
A lot of things.
Well, I learned a bunch of stuff, but I am too tired to recall anything.
I'll say I learned so much that I'm not going to know how much I learned for another, I don't know. But I know
process it when you're sleeping. We'll dream about all kinds of awesome shit.
No, I'm going to, well, I didn't just learn about this, but I just kind of want to put this into action tonight before going to sleep. Putting it out there, obviously, like an intention, saying, asking a certain question, or hopefully I'll have like some semblance of an answer to something that's bugging me or whatever. And normally that just comes to people. And
asking you shall receive.
Thank you.
Nice.
I'll receive.
The Bible has a lot of great
truths,
axioms. I don't know. My brain is.
I asked for the middle pillar.
Thank you. Thank you. Direct me to that middle pillar.
Good night, guys.
Hey, good night.
All right.
Good night.
I'm out. I'm gonna end it. I love you guys, and let's all be in touch. We all have each other's information, and look. What's up?
Oh, you caught me yawning. It's contagious.
Oh shit! All right.
True.
I do that all the time. But no, let's just kill it, and we'll figure out off air what our next move is, because we can't let the profane know that we let them know enough right now. So no more for you, profane. All right, everybody. Have
Applebee plebes.
Yeah, all you plebes, all you serfs.
Applebee's.
Players. Don't make me put a new PCJ record to sign out. Jerky Fresh ain't here, though, so it ain't going to happen. All right, guys.
Later.
Love you guys all. Have a beautiful rest, and we will catch you next week.
Happy Thanksgivings.
Happy Thanksgivings.
Goodbye.
Deuces.